Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'in ala umuri dunya waddin. Allahumma shalli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'd. Honorable Rector of Chairy State Islamic University Jakarta, Professor Dr. Hajjah Amani Lubis MA, Honorable Dean Faculty of Sharia and Law, Dr. Ahmad Talabi Kharli, SH MHMA, Honorable Speakers of International Conference on Law and Justice, Professor Timothy Lindsay from the University of Melbourne, Australia, Professor Dr. Khalid Abu El Fadl from the University of California in Los Angeles, UCLA, United States, Professor Dr. Haji Abdul Samad Musa from Islamic Science University of Malaysia, USIM, Professor Dr. Asep Saifuddin Jahar MA from Chairy State Islamic University, Jakarta. Honorable Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Dr. Sahrul Adam MAG, Vice Dean of Administration Affairs, Dr. Muhammad Maksum MA MDC, and Vice Dean for Student and Cooperation Affairs, Dr. Hajjah Maskufa MA. Honorable Head and Secretary Study Program, distinguished guests and participants of this international conference. First of all, let's extend our sincere gratitude and praise be to Allah, the Lord of the world, the master of the day after, the creator of everything in this universe. He who has bestowed us the abundant mercy, health, blessing of health, and the ability of knowledge to spread the teaching of Islam to the whole world. Hence, we are able to attend the 4th International Conference on Law and Justice, by them organized by Faculty Sharia and Law, Chairy State Islamic University, Jakarta, by them transforming justice toward the new normal, law, Sharia, and business economy in the post-COVID-19 pandemic age. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin this opening ceremony by saying Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
The national anthem of Indonesia Raya. Next, prayer, which will be led by Dr. Abdul Rauf.
Oke. Hadirin, bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu wa lakas syukru kama yanbaghi
Ada gangguan rupanya.
Mungkin ada gangguan.
Bisa di...
Oke. Ya. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, opening speech by the Dean Faculty of Chairy and Law, Dr. Ahmad Talabi Kharli SH MHMA. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawalah amma ba'd. Honorable speakers, Professor Dr. Amani Lubis, Rector Syarifidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta, Professor Dr. Khalid Abu Fadl from the University of California in Los Angeles, the United States of America, Professor Dr. Tim Lindsay from Melbourne Law School, the University of Melbourne, Australia, Professor Dr. Haji Abdul Samad Musa from University Science Islam Malaysia, Professor Dr. Asep Saifuddin Jahar from Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta. All distinguished participants of the 4th International Conference on Law and Justice. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome everyone to this online conference. It's also an honor for us at the Faculty of Sharia and Law of Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University as the host of the conference to have international speakers such Professor Amani Lubis, Professor Abu Fadl, Professor Tim Lindsay, Professor Samad, and Professor Asep Jahar. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic that has hit the world since the end of last year has changed the world order in an extreme way. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused a health crisis leading to a multidimensional crisis. Economic crisis then becomes inevitable, with almost all countries across the globe have experienced economic recession. Suara saya terdengar, Bapak Ibu sekalian?
Terdengar.
Ya, terdengar Pak Dekan.
Terdengar Pak Ketua, Pak Dekan ya.
Thank you. The COVID-19 pandemic does not only threaten the health sector in its country, but more than that, this outbreak has far-reaching implications that test the issues of leadership, democracy, law, economy, and future development orientation. The current situation is in line with the important notes of Klaus Schwab and Chairy Merritt in their book, COVID-19, The Great Reset, stating that COVID-19 encouraged massive restructuring in 5 important sectors, namely the economic research, the societal research, the geopolitical research, the environmental research, and the technological research. The key to this world restructuring lies mainly in the legal sector. Law, which is a manifestation of public policy, must be reinstated to its principles, namely for justice, humanity, and sustainability. Law should no longer be short-term, partisan, let alone non-impartial. Law must be for humanity, for justice, and for sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic, besides having a serious impact on the economy by causing an economic recession in various nations of the world, will highly pose a considerable impact on social crisis if not managed properly. This is where the economic arrangement, which emphasizes the distribution of justice, finds its urgency and significance. The economy must be restored to the orientation of social justice. The economic system may not only facilitate a few people in ownership of natural resources. Therefore, the Sharia economic system, which emphasizes equality, or al-musawa, justice, al-adalah, and sustainability, must emerge as an economic system capable of promoting and realizing justice for all people on earth. The doctrine of Maqasid al-Sharia, consisting of Hifdul-Din, Hifdul-Aql, Hifdul-Nafs, Hifdul-Mal, and Hifdul-Nasl, can be made as an important spirit in restructuring the economic sector and other public sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, today's meeting is an important momentum as an affirmation that academics are not only at the ivory tower in responding to every problem in the public, including to the problem of this COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, it is the science that can control this pandemic, not political power laden with endless agitation and propaganda. In this context, let us endorse various tools, research, and important findings in this knowledge for humanity, especially participating in solving the COVID-19 pandemic and its derivative effects. We hope this endeavor will receive the blessing of Allah, the owner of the universe. We also hope that the intellectual work that has been our choice of path will become a medium of devotion to human failures, which also means our dedication as servant to Allah, the Almighty. Allahumma Amin. Thank you for your attention. Have a great conference. In uridu ila al-islaha mastata'tu wa ma tawfiqi illa billah alayhi tawakkaltu wa ilayhi unib. Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakil, ni'mal maula wa ni'mal nasir. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thariq. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thanks to the Dean, Faculty of Sharia and Law, and Syarif Hidayatullah, State Islamic University Jakarta, who just delivered his opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we hereby invite the Rector of Syarif Hidayatullah, State Islamic University Jakarta, to deliver her keynote speech and open this international conference officially. Professor Dr. Haja Amanulubis MA, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mashrafa. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah amma ba'd. Honorable Dean of Faculty of Sharia and Law, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Dr. Ahmad Talabi, the Honorable Professor Timothy Lindsay from Melbourne Law School, the University of Melbourne, Australia, the Honorable Professor Khalid Abul Fadl from the University of California in Los Angeles, the United States of America, the Honorable invited speakers, Professor Dr. Abdul Samad Musa, from University Science Islam Malaysia, and Professor Dr. Phil Asep Saifuddin Jahar, Director of Graduate School of Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, distinguished panelists, researchers of the fourth ICLJ, or International Conference of Law and Justice. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to welcome you all in this virtual conference. talking about Sharia is always interesting, especially in mu'amalat side of Sharia, which gives a lot of solutions to Islamic economics through fatwas or monetary instruments, policies, such as retail sukuk. Indonesia, the Central Bank of Indonesia just released for people or for the people, yeah, not just corporate, but for people. So this development in money instrument. Yeah, our experiences of Corona has given us in temporal thought and reflection, because the Corona crisis has allowed us to experience a very different time. It will be interesting to see whether parts of this new normality, such as home offices and reduced mobility, will remain. This for the fourth conference, the fourth International Conference on Law and Justice, held by Faculty of Sharia and Law at Chairy Islamic University. It's indeed a good opportunity to have exchange of ideas and experiences in this occasion. During the pandemic era of COVID-19, the Muslims today have the strength, especially in self-discipline, stress resilience, and transformative justice, which responds to socio-economic issues. Moreover, the Muslims are natural business insiders of the most dynamic market in the world. We are expecting in post-COVID-19 world to live normally in a new paradigm and transform justice to keep pace with the new normal life. The opportunities for us in the new normality are that we have now accessibility of modern education with no need to relocate, so that law and Sharia can be utilized for gaining social justice in the new normal world order. For an economy matters, artificial intelligence and Internet of Things have easy transactions and digitalize day-to-day economic activities, so that we can optimize our time and resources. We live now in an era of remote work that gives an opportunity to self-realization with no harm to family and religion, as long as all transactions are Sharia compliance and according to the Islamic teachings. These are roles of Islamic legal scholars or ulama or faqih as custodians of change, to give legal opinions on many aspects of life. I will end my speech and inaugurate this international conference, but I hope that all of the research delivered in this conference will be beneficial to our development of our academic and for the intellectuals, and also during this pandemic COVID-19, we will also have the motivation from such a conference, very important conference, especially attended, and we will hear deliberation from overseas speakers. So this is a very good opportunity. I will end by saying, when you feel stuck in the present, it will be comforting to you to know that we can or must take time and plan for the future, inshallah. So be optimism and stay healthy, inshallah. We will have the consent of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I'll inaugurate this international conference on law and justice. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for our rector, Professor Dr. Hajah Amani Lubis, MA, who just officially opened the 4th International Conference on Law and Justice. May Allah bless this international conference. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, that all speakers of this international conference, Professor Timolin Tilensi, will talk about the pandemic law and democracy, and Professor Khalid Abdul Fadl will talk about the role of Islamic legal scholar in the post-pandemic age. Professor Dr. Haji Abdul Musa Mat Musa from UC Malaysia will talk about the Islamic law in the post-pandemic age in Malaysia, and Professor Asep Saifuddin Jahar will talk about the Islamic law in the post-pandemic age in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests and participants, this is the end of opening ceremony of International Conference on Law and Justice by theme Transforming Justice Toward the New Normal, Law, Sharia, and Business Economy in the Post-COVID-19 Pandemic Age. Next, this conference will be led by Moderator Zezen Zainal Mutakin LLM, Lecturer of Sharia and Law Faculty, UIN Jakarta, PhD Candidate, School of Law, UCLA. And thanks for your attention. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Kepada Bapak Jejen, kami persilahkan untuk bisa memulai diskusi. I would like to call the moderator, Mr. Jejen.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I hope the sound quality is good enough for everybody.
Yes, good.
Okay. But we were still waiting Professor Tim to join us. I don't know whether we continue the discussions by introducing him.
I just joined you.
Oh, he just joined. Okay, thank you so much, Pak Tim. Thank you so much. Okay, so dear distinguished and honorable speakers and participants, Honorable Rector of UIN Jakarta, and Pak Dekan, Honorable Dean of the Sharia and Law School UIN Jakarta. My name is Zezen Zainal Mutakin. I'm a lecturer at the Sharia Law School in UIN Jakarta, and I'm currently finishing my PhD at the University of California, Los Angeles in California. But I used to be student of Professor Tim in 2009 and 2010. I guess it's around 10 years ago. So it is an honor for me to be the moderator of this international conference. It's a very important and very relevant conference. I think we are going to discuss an issue on how Islamic law responds to the current global pandemics. As we know that the pandemic actually is not at all new in human history. history told us that that at least recorded three pandemic. In 5th century, we know Justinian plague, which is also recorded in a lot of Islamic literature, and then we have, of course, Black Death around 13th century, and then we have a very recent pandemic in 19th century. It's so-called the Spanish flu. So if we also dig into the literature of the Islamic literature, whether it's from theological perspective or from legal perspective, we also will find also the very extensive discussion about the pandemic, about ta'un or waba in Arabic term. Even in our diary dua, actually we are quite often pray to God to be protected from the pandemic. Allahumma dfa'na al-ghala wal waba, for example. Everybody knows, I guess, that dua is very, very common and very famous dua for every Muslim. But nevertheless, we are actually, who are now experiencing this global pandemic, facing a very significant challenge to our lives. So for example, we now have very different kind of way of traveling. Pandemic also affect the way we communicate, the way we interact, the way we consume something, the way we manage our religious, cultural, socio-economic, and political life, etc., etc. So hopefully this conference will tackle some of those questions. For the contemporary situation, of course, this is the challenge that facing not only us as scholars, but also everybody. Will hopefully we can have a very productive discussion about this kind of Islamic law response to this very challenging situation. We will have 4 distinguished speakers this morning. We have 5 distinguished speakers actually, but Burektor's already delivered her speak. So we will have another 4 distinguished speakers, which will be divided into 2 separate sessions. The first 2 speakers will be speaking independently, and then the second session will be 2 speakers, which will be who is going to be in a panel. So the first 2 speakers will be speaking independently. I think around we can divide the session between speaking and question and answer if there is some question and answer. So the first speaker will be Professor Tim Lindsay of the University of Melbourne, as has already been introduced, and the second speaker will be joined later with us, Professor Khalid Abu Fadl from UCLA. The second session will be Professor Samad Musa and Professor Asep Jahar from UIN Jakarta. Before we start, I would like to remind everybody to mute the microphone all the time, and if you have some questions, please write down your questions in the chat box. You can ask in English or in Bahasa. And then I will try to translate the question into English. Without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Tim. I know Professor Tim doesn't have any long time for us today. It's only around 30 minutes. So Professor Tim will speak around 30 minutes. We expect to Professor Tim to speak around 20 minutes and followed by 10-minute question and answer. As everybody know, Professor Tim is one of the world leading expert on Islam and Indonesian Islam, and he has already advised government, businesses, international organizations, called legal practitioners, both in Australia and Indonesia. Astonishingly, Professor Tim is very prolific professor. He has published more than 100 publications. One of the classic one, of course, law, Indonesia, Law and Society, Islam, Law and State in Southeast Asia. And also Professor Tim is the founder of the Australian Journal of Asian Law. It's an honor, and it's a very good opportunity that I can see Professor Tim again, although it's through the virtual event. Professor Tim will speak about pandemic, law, and democracy. And without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Tim to speak, and the time is yours, Professor Tim.
Thank you very much, Pak Zezen. It's wonderful to be here today. I miss everybody in Jakarta at the UIN, and I look forward very much to when I can join you all again. It's a long time to be away from good friends. So, rindu. Thanks to you, Pak Zezen. Also, thank you to my other student, my PhD student, Ibu Windy Triana, who kindly asked me to join you today. So, terima kasih. And saya harus mohon maaf karena waktu saya agak terbatas hari ini. So apologies, I can't be with you for the rest of the day. I'm going to talk about pandemic, democracy and the rule of law, and I'm going to present on some material that's been done, some work done here at my law school by colleagues, including, among others, Associate Professor Tom Daly, other colleagues as well. Today I'm going to talk mainly in general terms about the impact that the COVID-19 pandemic has on law and democracy around the world. And I'm not going to talk that much about Indonesia, although you could ask me questions later. And the reason is that all my students from Indonesia all come to Australia.
Kalau orang bule emang orang Indonesia
All my students from Indonesia who come to Australia do all their work on Indonesia. Imagine that, bayangkan, ke luar negeri, and they study only about Indonesia. So today I'm going to talk about most other countries except Indonesia, and you can make me come back to it in questions if you like. So let me begin. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected every part of the world. The ability of governments to contain the virus, flatten the curve of infections, reduce the rate of mortality, and provide economic support and social protection are all linked to the capacity of public institutions and their leadership to provide transparent, effective, and accountable action that complies with the rule of law. Unfortunately, the global pandemic has also posed a very dramatic challenge to rule of law and democracy around the world, and therefore to the ability of governments everywhere to respond effectively. In other words, in many countries, poor governance means a poor response to the pandemic, and a poor response to the pandemic weakens governance. It is lingkaran setan. Now, turning to how the pandemic can weaken the rule of law and governance, where governments have responded by giving expanded powers and increased deployment to police and other security agencies, very major challenges can emerge, including disproportionate use of force and other human rights issues, even just perceptions of bias on the part of police and security forces. There's also a risk that states may use emergency powers to strengthen executive authority at the expense of rule of law by suppressing dissent, undermining democratic institutions, especially where courts and other agencies and institutions that have the role of oversighting government are unable to perform properly due to COVID-related restrictions. Another problem is the distribution of emergency aid, medical supplies, cash assistance for the poor and newly unemployed also creates extensive opportunities for corruption and fraud. Without effective rule of law institutions to ensure transparency, accountability, and oversight, much of that assistance, the medical supplies, will not reach the intended beneficiaries, and that will deepen the social, medical, and economic crisis, compromising recovery. Now, by contrast, some democratic governments have been able to address the pandemic through rational policy based on scientific fact, acting within the constraints of rule of law and placing clear limits on emergency actions to ensure democratic function. In New Zealand, for example, parliamentary committees oversee the government's activities. An epidemic response committee was established to monitor government action, and it proved to be very effective. Many countries establish these monitoring committees, but many of them do not work. Australia also applied very strict lockdowns and tracing measures. South Korea also was able to flatten the curve of infections through contact tracing. And it successfully held elections on the 15th of April, which was the first country actually to hold an election after the pandemic had spread. However, many other democracies have responded in very different ways. For example, more than 50 countries postponed elections as a result of the pandemic, in some cases without any certainty as to when and how they will ever be held. Fundamental protections against excessively powerful executives have also been temporarily suspended as governments use sweeping COVID-19 powers. In Hungary, for example, the parliament empowered the Prime Minister to rule by decree, setting no time limit for the emergency, and arming the government with a law criminalising publication of false or distorted facts, which it then was able to use against its critics to strengthen its political power. Many people in many countries, including my own country, Australia, have been subject to very extensive rights restrictions, including stay-at-home orders, expanded police powers to enforce them, and heavy fines for breach of the rules. Here in Melbourne, where I live, we have been locked down at home twice, the second time for over 100 days, with a nighttime curfew, a travel limit of not more than 5 kilometres from home, and a so-called ring of steel around the city. Sometimes these sorts of measures can be accepted by the public as a reasonable suspension of rights, so long as they are justified by science, are seen to be achieving results, and are imposed on a temporary basis. And this was what happened here in Melbourne. We have now reached our 6th day in a row of 0 infections and 0 deaths, which is a wonderful result of those restrictions, and the restrictions are being lifted. But that is not always the case in all countries. In some countries, surveillance apps have been imposed on citizens without anything close to an acceptable level of democratic oversight, as parliaments and the media are hobbled by the lockdown. In Australia, the Australian government's coronavirus contact tracing app called COVID Safe was released in April this year for the public to download, but it was not mandatory, it was voluntary. And many people refused to download the app because they didn't trust that the government would keep out of their private lives. And it was later discovered that there were in fact security issues with the app. And so actually take-up has been very limited. In some countries, however, citizens have been given no choice and have been forced to use such apps. Can they trust governments to switch them off when the pandemic is over? An authoritarian government would keep using such apps for as long as it possibly could in order to track the movements and personal life of its citizens in the way that China already does, using face recognition technology. These authoritarian aims can be achieved in other ways. It should be noted that an unprecedented number of countries have now partially suspended their commitments under international human rights treaties. Others have, at the same time as suspending their obligations under human rights treaties, established a state of emergency or emergency measures without a formal emergency declaration, as happened in Ireland and Poland. As a result, some countries have seen a sharp increase in arrests. Quite apart from the threat that these arrests pose to civil liberties, an increase in arrests also runs counter to the pressing need to decongest overcrowded prisons around the world. Prisons have suffered disproportionately high infection rates, both among inmates and staffs. And in some countries, these infections have spread out to surrounding communities, and in some places have even triggered violence. So increased repression of civil society and growing arrests, which increases prison overcrowding, does nothing to reduce these problems. Incidentally, the United Nations has developed some practical tools to try and reduce the spread of COVID-19 in prisons, including manuals for decongesting prisons and for virtual court hearings online. These materials have been released widely, and in some countries, including Afghanistan, the Central African Republic, Haiti, Guinea-Bissau and South Sudan, it has resulted in improved prison conditions and the release of many thousands of low-risk prisoners. And I know Indonesia has also had its own low-risk prisoner release program. but it has also had significant spread of COVID-19 in its prisons. This is a major problem of rights that is being overlooked in many countries around the world because prisoners are seen to be a sort of second-rate form of citizen. There are also countries where the quality of governance has been damaged by governments simply refusing to act or refusing to act on the basis of scientific evidence. This category includes governments whose response has been impeded or distorted by partial or full denial of the facts presented by recognised experts, and even engaging in conspiracy theories, such as the conspiracy that view that the pandemic is actually a secret Chinese bioweapon. The US is the most obvious example where the quality of governments has been damaged by governments refusing to accept scientific evidence or adopting conspiracy theories, with Trump calling the virus the Wuhan flu or the Chinese flu. In fact, Trump's governance failure and his inability to act on scientific evidence informing policy turned his country into a catastrophic global outbreak hotspot. It looks like he may today be paying the political price for this, with last time I looked, Joe Biden is only 6 electoral college votes away from victory, while Trump needs 56. So it looks like that might be the end for Trump. We'll wait and see. However, the true global leader of the pandemic deniers around the world is Brazil's President Bolsonaro. Bolsonaro is a former right-wing army officer who entered politics. He, for a long time, simply refused to do anything in response to the COVID-19 virus. And like Trump and the UK's Boris Johnson, has himself survived infection by the virus. Brazil now has over 5 million infections and 150,000 dead from what he called a little flu. His popularity began to slump severely until he authorised monthly emergency aid payments to the poor, which has lifted his popularity rates up again. So this is a case of pandemic denial with political survival guaranteed by populist policies. The question then, of course, becomes how that government will be able to fund these emergency aid payments that it is using to counter the fact that its health policies have been so poor. Trump and Bolsonaro are extreme examples of what the American historian Professor Sophia Rosenfield calls anti-truth governance, based on a, quote, indifference to the boundaries between truth and falsehood, unquote, and an aversion to accepting objective institutional expertise, not taking advice from experts. This not only presents an existential threat to democratic government, but in the pandemic, it's an existential threat to health and life for thousands of people. Again, this linkage between democracy and the process of the pandemic. In a survey of 142 countries on the issue of pandemic backsliding, in other words, democratic backsliding because of COVID-19, this survey is conducted by the Varieties of Democracy Institute, which investigates the concept of democracy as a system of government. It found 48 countries at high risk, 34 countries at medium risk of democratic decay as a result of the pandemic response. And this list of countries at high risk included some of the world's largest democracies. USA and Brazil were obviously there, but so was India, and Indonesia was added to the list as a country that was facing some degree of risk as a result of its response. Likewise, the World Justice Project's 2020 Rule of Law Index identified an overall deterioration around the world across 8 key categories of rule of law, specifically constraints on government power, absence of corruption, open government, fundamental rights, order and security, regulatory enforcement, civil rights, and criminal justice. It found that The biggest threat is to fundamental rights, to checks and balances on government power, and absence of corruption. It found that emergency measures introduced in response to the pandemic affect these areas and heighten the risk of autocratization, that is, of moving democracies closer towards autocracies. Examples of backsliding included in the index were, among others, attacks on the independence of the judiciary and on lawyers and on court officials around the world. But it's not all bad news. Let me now give you some positives for rule of law and good governance coming out of the pandemic. First, about civil society. Civil society is, quote, a political space where voluntary associations deliberately seek to shape the rules that govern life, targeting formal directives such as legislation, informal constructs, for example, culture and gender roles, or the social order as a whole. In a functioning democracy, civil society organisations can be enormously influential in politics, policy formation, and policy implementation. Indonesia post-Suharto has had one of the most active and vibrant civil sectors in Asia, as we all know. Now, although the pandemic has placed significant pressure on civil society by restricting people's ability to meet and organise, it has also prompted impressive political innovation from many activists who have been very effective in using social media and online methods to replace face-to-face activity. In many places, activists have been able to manage protests that are compliant with social distancing rules. For example, protests against attacks on democracy that took place in Israel as early as April this year. Likewise, digital activism and social media has pushed back against state repression of human rights monitors in countries like the Philippines. Now, this has not been easy for civil society. In many places, governments have responded by using emergency powers and defamation laws to crack down on activists who criticise their health policies and democratic credentials. The Philippines, for example, has seen the police used to investigate civil society organisations on social media criticism. In a few states, a few democratic governments have been able to use the pandemic to improve governance. In Australia, many of us were amazed by the ability of the National Cabinet, which was a new temporary cabinet created to bring state governments together with our federal government, our national government. In other words, all the different levels of government in Australia together to coordinate policies across the country. This was created in mid-March. Prior to that, our politics had been deeply polarised and partisan politics prevented consensus. We've been able to achieve consensus through this national cabinet and negotiated agreements on nationwide action. This was quite the surprise of almost all observers. In other words, there can be positives for democracy coming out of pandemic responses. Still, on the positive side, there is possibility of reform for criminal justice in some countries once the pandemic is over. Those efforts to reduce prison overcrowding that I mentioned, including potential release of non-violent prisoners, adjusting arrest and prosecution strategies, introducing non-custodial sentencing. These are all measures that can and should continue once the pandemic is over. Moves to electronic and online court hearings and document filing are also a response in many countries around the world to the pandemic. That should continue on as well. They do present some challenges to fair trials, but they can make justice systems more accessible and efficient. As more and more people go online, e-courts can help enhance access to justice in remote areas for vulnerable groups, for women and minorities. It can increase legal representation and participation of witnesses, clear backlogs and reduce pre-trial detention, assuming, of course, that the court system is willing to accept reform. These are all reminders that although democracy is under threat from the pandemic and in many countries is already constrained, Democracy is not defeated and it is not suspended. The question is, what will happen once the pandemic is over? Will we return to the democratic status quo ante before the pandemic? Could we even be optimistic and look to an improved democratic model, adopting some of the innovations I've described? We have to bear in mind that there are worldwide concerns about the long-term effects of the emergency, expansions and normalization of surveillance of citizens and restrictions on freedom. The question is whether the normalization of surveillance and the restriction of freedoms will become the new normal in a post-pandemic world, and whether that will take us just one step closer towards George Orwell's grim vision of a future controlled by what he called Big Brother, that is, the autocratic authoritarian surveillance state. Let's hope not. Let's hope democracy is more resilient than that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Tim, for your very broad but yet very interesting comparison across the globe regarding the threat and also the opportunity for the post-pandemic world. I will not summarize Professor Tim. It's already clear. I would like just give the opportunity for the participant to ask if there is some question for Professor Tim, because I know Professor Tim doesn't have any long time with us to join us. So if there is no questions on the chat room, I would like just to invite anyone to raise the hand, and I would give the opportunity for those who are raising the hand to give the question to Professor Tim. You can also ask the question in Bahasa Indonesia, I guess, because Professor Tim mengerti Bahasa Indonesia dengan sangat baik. Jadi kalau ada partisipan yang mau bertanya pakai Bahasa Indonesia, silakan. Silakan kepada peserta, kalau ada yang mau bertanya terkait dengan presentasi Pak Tim. Kita masih menunggu mungkin Pak Tim.
It's okay.
It's okay. I would like also to welcome Professor Khalid Abu Fadl. He just joined us from California. So, but I will let finish first the first session with Professor Tim, and then I would like to invite Professor Khalid Abu Fadl after the session with Professor Tim finish.
I have a question. Me?
Silakan, Ibu Windy, please. The student, this is like a class conversation, but it's okay. Silakan.
Supervision session.
But so it seems like what happened around the world, it happened in Indonesia too. We have now demonstration surrounding the omnibus law and KPK and so on. Do you think it's what happened in the world, it's happened in Indonesia too? And what about the future of Indonesia? Do you think the democracy will remain? Thank you.
Well, if you had 3 days, we might be able to answer that question, Ibu Wendy. Perlu mungkin lebih dari 3 hari sebenarnya untuk menjawab pertanyaan itu secara detail. Well, I think there are challenges to democracy in Indonesia, and that is clear from all the indexes, including the 2 indexes that I mentioned in my presentation. All of them rank Indonesia as a country where there is a risk of democratic backsliding. The indexes don't, including the World Justice Project's 2020 Rule of Law Index and the Varieties of Democracy Institute's index, they don't say Indonesia is not democratic. What they say is there is a risk of democratic regression or backsliding. Now, the problem here has got 2 aspects that have been written about by Marcus Meitzner at ANU, where he says that the weakening of democracy in recent years in Indonesia has weakened the pandemic response. For example, he talks about anti-science denialism policies by the government in the first part of the pandemic. And then he talks about problems of coordination between government bodies as a result. So he says democratic regression has damaged Indonesia's response to start with. Secondly, the pandemic in turn weakens democracy further. And the reason for that is, for example, introduction of security responses, the deployment of police across and army figures across the new institutions that have been created to deal with the pandemic, the attacks on social media and civil society critics of government, including hacking of their accounts and so forth, which shows a willingness to move quite aggressively against critics of the government. So there are many other instances. Another instance is another common feature around the world, that in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic, when governments think that the public are not watching, they push through laws that would be too controversial to pass in normal times. And that's clearly what's been happening in Indonesia with the omnibus law, which is a flawed piece of legislation. It's for a whole lot of different reasons, but flawed just because it was rushed, as well as all the substance. It's formally flawed and substantively flawed. The Anti-Corruption Commission legislation that weakened its powers last year, the attempts to push through the criminal code without wide public consensus. These sort of things are the sort of things that governments are doing around the world. So clearly, yeah, there is a challenge to rule of law and democracy in Indonesia, but it's a long way to go and it's not over. The question of how Indonesia emerges from this is actually in the hands of civil society. Indonesia has had one of the strongest civil societies in Asia in the post-Suharto period, but that is also now under threat because you have generational change going on in civil society. You have people who've left civil society for government. And you have, I think, also some reform fatigue. So civil society has a very big task. It is weaker now than it has been for a long time, also because of the polarization of the last election that split civil society. So civil society has a very big task ahead of it, and it's probably weaker than it has been for a long time. And it is now under pressure from government. Government does not like being criticized for its health policies or for its democratic conduct. So there are big challenges for civil society to meet. And civil society, remember, is not just activists and LSM, it's also academia. You. Good luck.
Okay, one more question, please, very short.
May I?
I will give opportunity to Ahmad Holil. Please, very short.
Firdaus.
Someone already raised the hand, Ahmad Holil. Thank you. I will give opportunity to Ahmad Holil.
You're on mute, Pat.
Okay. Fatim, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, but Ahmed.
My question. Yeah.
I haven't seen you for a long time.
Yeah, I miss you too.
Another student, people.
Yeah. Fatim, my question is about the future of civil proceeding and criminal proceeding in court in Indonesia. As you know that all document in civil cases and all hearing in criminal cases are conducted online, right? The difficulty for judges is that they find it difficult to find the real truth of the case because everything is conducted online. For example, in criminal cases, judges are something like obliged to find the real truth of the case. Also in civil cases, if all documents are filed online, then it is like formalities only. What do you think about that?
Well, I don't think there's a particular problem with documents being filed online because that's now becoming standard around the world. In fact, many courts in the West will not accept paper documents, full stop, because it's actually more efficient for judges who can find documents more quickly and easily on a proper online system and can search them to find words. So many of our courts, for example, are now just computer screens but not judges on their own. It's judges, computer screens, and counsel, lawyers. So the normal court case is conducted. It's just that they can access the documents quickly and efficiently on a screen. So the point I'm making is online documentation, online courts should never exclude lawyers and people. Now, I've always taken the view that one of the problems in Indonesia is that your appeals court does not conduct hearings. It is on the papers only. I've always had the view that instead of just submitting documents, there should be actual hearings where lawyers argue their case. And I can see that in a system where you don't have lawyers present for appeals, having an online system only does create risks. So my summary of my position is, I think online documentation and filing is going to be the global normal. But that should not exclude lawyers from making submissions. And I think that's a problem in the Indonesian case.
Thank you so much, Tim. Finally, we hear the very sharp opinion of Professor Tim on Indonesian situation. This is actually what we are really waiting for. So, Pak Tim, thank you so much for your participation, for your time. I know you are very busy, but it's really an honor for us to be with you today, this morning. I guess it's already afternoon in Melbourne. So I hope we can meet again in person once the pandemic over. Inshallah. Thank you so much, Pak Tim.
Thank you so much, everybody. I look forward to seeing you again. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Tim.
Okay, I think now because Professor Khalid Abu Fadl is already joining us, and I know Professor Khalid also has very tight schedule today, and Professor Abu Fadl has 1 hour a time slot with us. So I just would like to check first if Professor Khalid is, I think Professor Khalid is already here. And thank you so much, Professor Khalid Abu Fadl, for your time with us. I know it's very difficult time at the moment in the US. We are still waiting for the outcome of the election, very tight election, and it's very confusing somehow because, despite the fact that the current president is very, let's say racist or whatever we call it, and still it's holding very strong support from some portion of American society. Hopefully by joining us, although virtually in the opposite side of the globe, so you can escape a little bit from those, occupation with the election time. So again, thank you so much for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Khalid Abu Fadl, as everybody know, is one of the world's leading authorities on Islamic law and Islam. And Professor Khalid also a prominent scholar in the field of human rights. He is currently the Omar and Azmarelda Alfi Distinguished Professor of Law at the UCLA School of Law. He is the founder of the Institute of the Advanced Usuli Studies, or the Usuli Institute. I have to mention this because it's very important for those who are really want to get a very rich discussion on legal matters or on even on tafasir. Can go to the website. So Professor Khalid is the founder of the Usuli Institute, a non-profit organization based in Los Angeles. Professor Khalid Abu Fadl also awarded the University of Oslo Human Rights Award, the Leo and Liesl Eisinger Prize in 2007, and named as Carnegie Scholar in Islamic Law in 2005. Professor Khalid also appointed by Professor George W. Bush to serve on the U.S. Commission for International Religious Freedom and serve as the member of Director of Human Rights Watch. Of course, for those who are studying Islamic law, even in Indonesia, Professor Khalid is very famous. I think almost all of his book has been translated into Bahasa Indonesia, except the last one, The Reasoning with God, which is, for some reason, it's not yet been published. But other than that, I think all the book is already published. So I guess Professor Khalid is very famous also in Indonesia, and it's a great opportunity for us to listen directly to his speech. I know Professor Khalid visited Indonesia long times ago, so thank you so much again for being with us this morning. Professor Khalid will be speaking on the role of Islamic legal scholar in the post-pandemic age. I would like to invite Professor Khalid to join us, and the Zoom room is yours, Professor Khalid.
Thank you, Zazan. Thank you so much. And thank you for this wonderful invitation. I'm so happy to be with you. I did visit Indonesia some years ago, and I have very, very fond memories of my trip to Indonesia. It was just wonderful. And inshallah, I pray that that it will be possible to visit again sometime. The challenges of the post-COVID period are so numerous and so many. So, and to be able to coherently focus on some aspect is difficult. But we could even start with the current American elections and then go from there to make a larger point about the role of Islamic law specialists. If you notice, in the United States, we, and when I say we, I mean the American government, the Trump administration, has done a horrible job containing the COVID pandemic. I think that is really beyond doubt. We have over 230,000 people who were killed by the COVID pandemic. And rational thinking, you would think that with an administration that has failed to contain a pandemic and has resulted in the death of over 230,000 Americans, that the presidential race would not be a tight one. It would not be a close presidential race, that it would be a clear slide against the current administration. However, it is a very close presidential race. And as Zezan pointed out, the Trump administration has many supporters, has very strong support in the United States. And when all of this is said and done, the Trump administration may yet prevail in these elections, and Trump may hold on to his seat. We're not sure. Of course, then the question that we would ponder is why? Why would, with over 230,000 people dead, the Trump administration still have this type of support and this level of support? And this is part of the irony of the challenge of the COVID pandemic. In fact, the COVID pandemic has generated an unmistakable level of social anxiety, an unmistakable level of stress and pressure. Let's describe as social anxiety. The irony, though, is that for so many people in the United States, this social anxiety is responded to by an increased level of xenophobia, fear of the outsider, an increased level of racism, ethnocentrism, and religious bigotry. So you are confronted with a rather very paradoxical situation and an ironic situation. An administration that mismanaged a pandemic. This mismanagement resulted in many deaths, very high casualty, but yet socially, for so many people, the way they respond to this feeling of stress and this feeling of anxiety is to close ranks on racial and religious lines, racial and religious grounds, and to hearken back to ethnic and racial and religious mythology about the purity of Americana, the superiority of Americana, the insularity of Americana, and to respond with a gravitating towards whoever offers a racial and ethnic and bigoted, religiously bigoted solutions to the problems of society. So, on the one hand, when Allah sends us, subhanahu wa ta'ala, sends humanity any challenge that Allah presents to human beings, theologically, I see this as a imperative of reflection. If you are a believing Muslim and you believe that Allah is consistently and constantly engaged with human beings, you do not believe that anything happens outside of Allah's control or anything happens just simply by happenstance and coincidence. So this is a challenge presented to humanity at large by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And it calls upon us, whether you are a Muslim theologian or a Muslim jurist, to reflect upon what lessons and what Allah wants you to derive from this challenge. On the one hand, this challenge underscores the fact that we live in truly a global village. On the one hand, it emphasizes how interconnected we human beings have become. If something happens in the United States, the reverberations can be felt around the world. If something happens in China, the reverberations can be felt around the world. We human beings, the way we have been using the resources of this earth and the way that we have set up the network of communication around this earth, communication and interconnectedness of this earth have become partners in a shared epistemological project. What I mean by an epistemological project means a shared human consciousness that is often very hard to dissect and produce insular units from. Insularity has become a near impossibility. So on the one hand, this pandemic underscores how interdependent we have become. But on the other hand, something like this pandemic presents us with the challenge that human beings, despite the discourses about universalisms and shared human rights values and shared humanitarian values, that something like this pandemic results in polarizations, and that these polarizations often fall upon racial, ethnic, and religious lines. It is not a coincidence, in my opinion, that at the same time that this pandemic underscores that you really cannot think about the way that you use resources in one country without thinking about the implications of that use around the world. We are all participants in a unified project on this earth as viscerals, as khulafa Allah fil ard. But on the other hand, it is not a coincidence that we see a remarkable rise in ethnocentrism, racism, and Islamophobia. And in fact, the longer this pandemic continues, you can expect that Islamophobia will find more fertile grounds in the West, and simplistic explanations like clash of civilizations will find a ready audience and a greater amount of support. And the administrations like the Trump administration will be able to engineer and navigate the threats of something like the pandemic, the threat that comes from the pandemic, for its own exclusive, insular project. But what does this all mean for Muslim scholars? I have for long argued and believed, and the circumstances of this pandemic has further convinced me, that the age in which someone can claim to be a Muslim legal scholar, a scholar of Sharia, who is simply trained in Quran, tafsir, ulum al-hadith, the sciences of hadith, usul al-fiqh, qawa'id al-fiqhiyya, and so on and so forth, is over. Yes, these are necessary sciences for the building blocks of a Muslim scholar. However, in this day and age, a Muslim scholar of Sharia, a scholar of Sharia, must be thoroughly steeped and embedded in the epistemology of their modern age. In order to form a scholar of Sharia in our day and age, this scholar must study political science, must study sociology, must study anthropology, must study philosophy, must be aware of current affairs and anchored in current affairs, in addition to tafsir, ulum al-hadith, and usul al-fiqh, and qawa'id al-fiqhiyya, and only those who are thoroughly steeped in the epistemology of their modern age, in the sciences of their modern age, as well as the cumulative interpretive tradition of Islam, which we've inherited, are really competent enough to utter fatwas or to deal in fatwas or to even deal in Islamic opinions. Those who perform pietistic affectations, in other words, those who play the part of a mullah, but who intellectually are placed in centuries ago and are oblivious to modern sciences, or in fact sometimes have an attitude of contempt towards modern sciences, cannot and are not representatives of Sharia in the modern age. Sharia, as we all know, is founded on maqasid. And the purpose of Sharia is tahqiq masalih al-ibad, to achieve the welfare of people. And in our day and age, in age where if something takes place in one country, the reverberations are felt all over the world, those who speak about Sharia, unaware of the rest of the world, are betraying their very trust and their very obligations towards Sharia itself. But I want to go a step beyond this and say something more than just the type of training and the epistemological framework of Sharia spokesmen. The challenge of the COVID pandemic didn't just present us with an highly accelerated challenges of racism and ethnocentrism and Islamophobia, but there is another very powerful movement that we must pay careful attention to. And I want to just give a quick introduction to this by saying the following. If you look at the challenge of the pandemic, like a lot of other challenges that are natural disasters, what they underscore, if you emphasize from a theological perspective, what is it that Allah is teaching us from that challenge? What is it that Allah is communicating to us? Well, one is rather obvious point, the importance of science. The solution to this pandemic, like the solution to a lot of other challenges that confront humanity, is science. Okay. But science takes place within a social framework. What I mean by this is that you could have very brilliant scientists, people who know the types of sciences that can generate a solution to this, but their talents are entirely wasted unless there is a social framework and a managerial framework that can benefit from the talents of a scientist. Put it differently, we have this pandemic. Everyone is expecting a solution for this pandemic to come from non-Muslim countries. We are all waiting for the United States, for Canada, for France, for Britain, for Switzerland to come up with the medical solutions to this pandemic. Muslim countries are out of the game. No one is waiting for Muslim countries to do anything other than to be on the receiving ends of things. And when the West comes up with a medical solution, Muslim countries, as always, will be consumers who will pay handsomely for the solution. And yet again, resources from Muslim countries will go to Western countries so that Western countries can be richer, and Muslim countries can remain in the way they are. The problem is not scientific knowledge, because when Muslims, Indonesians, Arabs, Indo-Pakistanis leave their countries and go work in the West, they are accomplished scientists. They are very successful, and they do amazing things. The list of accomplished scientists in the West is numerous. It is when they remain in Muslim countries that their talents are buried, that they never accomplish their potential. Why is that? The problem is managerial. The problem is the management of sciences, not the sciences themselves. Put it differently, the problem is the way that we use our resources. When politicians have money, instead of spending this money through appropriate venues for scientific research and supporting scientific research, they spend this money by hiding it in bank accounts in France or Switzerland, or they spend the money on luxury items, fancy homes and fancy cars and fancy furniture. It is a social attitude and a social problem. Here is again where a Muslim jurist must play a critical role. A Muslim jurist who is not a reformer, a Muslim jurist who is not the conscience of his society or her society, has betrayed their cause. A Muslim jurist who simply, I lost the picture. Oh, I'm sorry, I just pressed something by mistake and I lost the picture, that's why I stopped.
No, you're still on, Professor. You're still on.
A Muslim jurist who fails in understanding the social dynamics and the managerial imperatives in order to be able to support the scientific projects of society to create solutions that achieve the welfare of the people, تحقيق مصالح العباد, has betrayed maqasid al-Sharia, as in fact has become an imposter upon Sharia. One final point. The pandemic, as I said, has shown us a rise in xenophobia, in racism, in ethnocentrism, in Islamophobia, has underscored once again that as Muslim societies, our framework, our attitudes are not the attitudes of inventors and creators, but the attitudes of consumers and takers, if a Muslim jurist is unaware of that, I see that as a huge problem. But it also gave rise to a very dangerous movement that I want to warn about and underscore, and then I'll stop here. There has been a considerable amount of talk about the rise of authoritarianism among states and governments as leveraged and enabled by the pandemic. But a part of this authoritarian project in the Islamic world is an Islamic theology that is sweeping the Muslim world. This theology emerged in Saudi Arabia in the 80s and the 90s, the theology of Muhammad Aman al-Jami al-Habashi and the theology of Rabi' al-Hadi al-Madkhali, known as the Jami and Madkhali theology. The Jami and Madkhali theology believes in a sulta al-mutlaqa, in absolute authority. And they believe that al-hizbiyya, that political parties, is tatabbu al-hafawat wal-ahwa wal-bid'ah. It's all a form of bid'ah and a form of whimsy. Their theology underscores that in Islam, there is a moral imperative of adam munafasat sahib al-sulta, that you do not challenge or compete with those in power. وعدم تتبع هفوات وأخطاء الحكام, and you don't even scrutinize their behavior. They make it a sinful act to scrutinize the conduct of rulers. They believe that democracy is a bid'ah worse than any other bid'ah, and that holding governments accountable through processes and institutions is bid'ah and ahwa and tahazzub, is all innovations and haram, and that even criticizing rulers is a form of tashhir, is a form of defamation that is sinful. And so the sole function of a Muslim jurist, according to Madkhali and Jami theology, is to instruct people as to how to pray, how to fast, how to pay zakah, but never to in any way correct rulers, scrutinize rulers, hold rulers accountable, criticize rulers, and if they have a political role, the political role is to oppose democracy as fundamentally inconsistent with Islam. It is not a coincidence that, to be very blunt, the Emirat and Saudi have provided unlimited funding for Jami and Madkhali movements. And Jami and Madkhali movements are literally invading the Muslim world and non-Muslim world. They're very widespread in the United States. They, for instance, advocate absolute obedience to Trump. You can't criticize Trump. You can't even criticize a Muslim ban. They even advocate that you don't respond to the Islamophobes, that you simply don't oppose anything because it's all part of Allah's will, and all your function as a Muslim jurist is a very insular, myopic, limited function. Because of the resources made available to Madkhali and Jami movements, and because of the fact that they don't announce themselves and Madkhali and Jami movements, but announce themselves as Ahl al-Salaf, that they are Salafis. And because of the fact that they are now in every Muslim and non-Muslim countries, and because of the fact that Western governments love them, because they see them as natural allies to whoever is in power, even if those in power are Islamophobes. Even if they're Islamophobes, they are natural allies. They have become a very serious existential risk, in my opinion, for Islam. They are changing the nature of an Islamic message from a message that naturally came to challenge oppression, to challenge racism, to challenge injustice, to a message that simply rubber stamps whatever the institutions of power demand and require. And thank you very much. I'll stop here.
Thank you so much, Professor Khaled. As usual, it's sharp and it's rich. Thank you so much. I guess all the participants who are really longing to your thought already have some a question in your mind, and I will not give any summary to Professor Khalid speak, and I would like give the opportunity directly to the participant to give you the questions. And I saw that Dr. Muhammad Ali has raised his hand,
Yes.
so I will give
Yes.
opportunity to you, and please be brief, and so Professor Khalid can give the response.
Ya, assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Pak Jazen.
Yes.
Yes. My focus is about Islam, Islam slander campaign. Yes. I have heard that the Professor Fadila, Sahibul Fadila Khalid Abu Al-Fadl Al-Ta'a, we're talking about the inter-religious dialogue, al-hiwar bain al-adyan. We're talking about al-ta'ayush. But the other side, once again we see as just been happened in the part of the Europe. I mean, they humiliate and ridicule our prophet and the religious of Islam. So my question is, what have been doing by the Muslim secular or by the world to respond this Islam slander? This is my question. Thank you, Mas Ejen. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you so much, Professor Khalid. Probably if I can summarize a little bit and paraphrase the question, is basically asking you question regarding the response of Muslim scholar regarding the very last case in France regarding the cartoon. What is your opinion about this, about the cartoon?
Yeah, you know, okay. Interreligious or interfaith discourses or conversations is premised on it actually being a conversation. So in other words, on civility. There has to be civil rules, and if civility is absent, then the very premises for a conversation and a discourse are missing. So when someone is reproducing pornographic images of the Prophet ﷺ, one cannot somehow say that this is part of a civic discourse, because it's not civil. So let me be very clear about this. What I see as extremely, there are so many extremely problematic things. One is that you have an organization that drew pornographic representations of the Prophet ﷺ. When you had a teacher in a public school distribute these images to his students, and there was a Muslim girl who went home crying, complaining to her parents that because of these images, she is being bullied by her non-Muslim classmates. When the parents of the school complained, when the parents of this student, that girl, complained, the school basically was completely non-responsive. And then Muslim students in that school complained that because of these images, they were being bullied, they were being harassed, and an unsafe environment was being created for them in a public school. This resulted in a 16-year-old Chechnyan political asylee who was already traumatized kid, and a kid with emotional problems, going and murdering this teacher. instead of the conversation becoming about how we failed our students, because the school and the French government, the French system, failed the students by allowing bullying and by not noticing this traumatized Chechnyan kid who had already a record of emotional problems that were not addressed. It all became a conversation about how the problem was Muslims. Then, when the French government decided to respond to this incident by ignoring the racial attacks on Muslims near the Eiffel Tower, 2 Muslim women were stabbed near the Eiffel Tower, and there was a Muslim couple, a man and a woman with their children, who were beaten in Paris. The French government completely ignored that and did not address that as a racial problem at all. What's his name? Macron didn't even talk about that, and instead responded by reproducing the pornographic images on French governmental buildings. It became state action. The French government adopted the pornographic images. It is one thing for the French government to say, well, private parties are engaging in discourse and some of them are insolent, like the Islamophobes. Islamophobes, by the way, in the United States, in their books and in their articles, say horrible, horrible, horrible things about the Prophet. They call him a rapist, they call him a pedophile, it's not just the issue of images, but the reason they don't get that attention is because the American government doesn't somehow legitimate this discourse. In France, the French government legitimated the pornographic images by adopting them on the buildings of French governments. So it became the action of the French state. What bothers me, to be quite honest and quite blunt, is the response of Muslim governments. Other than Turkey, it's shocking that Saudi Arabia, very weak response, Egypt, very weak response, even the Azhar and Dar al-Fatwa, very, very weak response. The rest of the Muslim world, very weak response. I think I support the boycott of French products as a response to this, because France, Macron has not apologized and has not in any way distanced these pornographic images from state action. Again, I underscore, it's one thing if the French government said, we private parties do whatever. If you want to draw pornographic images of Charles Hebdo, go ahead. We're not taking sides. But the French government took sides. And by adopting these pornographic images on official governmental buildings, and by ignoring, and there's a long history of racism in France that has been ignored for decades, and a long history of Islamophobia in France that has been ignored for decades. I don't think that, a lot of Muslims say, well, shouldn't we? Isn't the Muslims' response should be to explain and should be to educate and should be basically turn the other cheek instead of boycotting French products? Unfortunately, I don't think the problem is education. I think that racists cannot be educated about race to change their attitudes. Racists must suffer in their pocket, in their material well-being, in order to start reconsidering their racial attitudes. And the Islamophobia that I see in France is racially founded. It is not just about ignorance about the religion of Islam. It is Muslims have been racialized, and Islam has been racialized, and the same racist colonial attitudes that we saw when France occupied Algeria, and when France continues to do in Mali and West Africa. No one pays attention to that. And the remarkably I mean, the numerous human rights violations that France commits in places like Mali and West Africa, and it just passes without attention. Again, for a Muslim jurist, because I go back to that issue, they must be steeped in knowledge of the specifics of the world we live in order to speak on behalf of Sharia. And not just simply give me platitudes and niceties and general slogans. That won't do. So I advocate, I wish that the entire Muslim world would boycott French products. And until the French government officially changes its policies, that's the least we can do.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. I will give opportunity to Professor Asep Saifuddin Jahar and then to Professor Asmawi for the questions. I hope Professor still have time to be with us. So Professor Asep, please be short with your questions, and then Professor Asmawi.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum. It is very fortunate to have you and to be with you here, Professor Khalid Abdul Fadl. It is my dream. I mean, we are trying to invite you in the last year. Oh, I just short question that you mentioned before about the relation between pandemic and Islamophobia. It surprised me, of course, that the more rise, the pandemic resulted in the rising of Islamophobia maybe in Western country and also in America and in Europe. So I would like to know better what is exactly the close relation between this pandemic and Islamophobia, especially in America, for example. And second is, how do you think that America now in facing the final result of the presidency of Trump and Biden? I think it seemed like not showing the democracy in the America, that people is fear to go out and all groceries and store are closed because of the potential of riot, for example. Would you please to tell me about this one? Thank you very much.
Yeah, this issue of riots, the fear is that normally in American politics, the candidates will say beforehand that if they lose the vote, they will step down. The problem with the Trump administration is the Trump administration has consistently been saying that if they lose, it will be because of fraud. And therefore creating the, at least the impression that if he loses, that he will refuse to step down and allege that he only lost because of voter fraud. Now, this would be unprecedented in American politics. And it would be what you would expect in a third world country. And it will be a huge blow to American democracy because what would happen then becomes a question, well, then what happens next? It is expected, or what people fear is that then the supporters of Trump would go to the streets and the supporters of Biden would go to the streets and there would be clashes and riots and so on. I don't know. I mean, it's really an unprecedented situation that you have a sitting president that says, if I lose, it will be because of voter fraud. We don't have, so no one really knows. And already the Trump administration has filed many lawsuits already challenging the a large number of votes in several states. I think so far, as far as I know, 3 states with 3 lawsuits, but we're expecting many more lawsuits. So in other words, what Trump is trying to do is saying, in those states that I lost, I am making legal challenges because I believe I shouldn't have lost, because the only way I lost is because the Democrats committed voter fraud. Now, what if the courts come back and rule against Trump? Is Trump going to obey what the courts say and step down? We really don't know. And this is this stressful situation. It's a very anxiety ridden situation. It's very stressful. And I think there, everyone is just speculating, is Trump doing this, and then at the very last minute, he's just going to say, okay, I'm stepping down, or are the courts going to try to solve the problem by just supporting Trump, like the Supreme Court did, for instance, with the Gore and Bush controversy over Florida, where the Supreme Court ruled in favor of Bush, although legally it should have been Gore that should have won. The Supreme Court right now is very conservative. It's very pro-Trump, leaning towards Trump. But what does all of this mean for American democracy? All of these are big questions. We don't know the answers to. As to the rise of Islamophobia, the best way to understand it, it is part of the rise of xenophobia at times of social stress and anxiety. If you go not in urban centers, not in places like Los Angeles or New York, but if you go to rural areas in the heartland of the US, where all the agriculture and farms and oil workers and all of that, places, like Texas and Indiana and so on, there is this magical, mythical belief that the virus, it's a Chinese virus. It came because of these aliens, the Chinese, and that if the United States would have closed its borders and just insulated itself and kept out foreigners, the United States would be fine. And that the solution to so many of our problems is just get rid of these foreigners. And by what they mean by foreigners are basically people who are not white, because they don't think of the British and the Swiss and the Canadians as foreigners if they're white. And part of the course of that is to hate Islam, because you see it as just part of what's foreign.
Kayaknya kemarin dia
And
share, nggak dia share itu materi.
to see Islam as just part of what, and Islamophobes have been using, because Islamophobes are very, very well funded. And this is another part of the problem, is that Muslims are not spending money on responding to Islamophobes. I mean, Muslim scholars who could respond to Islamophobes are without resources. They're all fighting battles as individuals. But Islamophobes literally have millions of dollars supporting them. You can be an idiot, but as long as if you're a Muslim and you say, I am willing to say that I converted to Christianity, I found Jesus, and I am willing to write articles on one of the websites attacking Islam, about how bad Islam is and how I became a Christian, immediately you will find numerous funding. Immediately you can make a good living, a very, very good living. I know, unfortunately, there are Muslims who have no honor, and there are Muslims who've done that. And unfortunately, I know people who I am sure, I know, are not Christian. They know nothing about Christianity. But they saw that this is a good way to make a living, a good way to make $60,000 a year, to make sometimes $100,000 a year, all they have to do is every day they go on the one of the Islamophobic website and write a little short thing about how evil the Prophet is and how bad Islam is and they make a very good living. And the pandemic atmosphere where everyone is under computers 24 hours a day, it facilitates this atmosphere. And it facilitates distractions where you want to find the devil, who you can blame for all the evils of the world. And it's very easy for a lot of people who are not very educated and not very moral to demonize Islam and to make the devil Islam. And that's the process that we are all suffering from. And again, I underscore that Muslims are not supported. I mean, I have been for 30 years appealing to, because I tracked the rise of Islamophobia before it became Islamophobia. I wrote warning about the rise of Islamophobia back in the 80s, before it exploded on the scene. And I warned about what Daniel Pipes was doing and what Robert Spencer was doing, and the networks that Israel was working to create in places in the United States and in Canada and Europe with the Christian right, of course, and how all of that was married to the rise of the neocons, the neoconservatives in the United States, and the rise of the new right in the West, and all of that, and how then they partnered with the Clash of Civilizations people, and then they partnered with the Bush administration and the invasion of Iraq and the invasion of, and so on, so forth. And I have been appealing to Muslims to respond institutionally, not through the Azhar, because the Azhar is useless. The Azhar will only say what the Egyptian government allows it to say. I mean, sadly, I say that because I'm from Azhar, but the Azhar, under the control of the Egyptian government, has become useless, absolutely useless. But through the support of Muslim intellectuals who are sophisticated enough to respond to this, who are left without any support.
Professor, please allow me to give another opportunity for the last and take a little bit more of your time. So Professor Asma, you can ask in English or in Arabic actually, because of course Professor Khalid is from Egypt.
Thank you very much for my friend Zazen. Professor Khalid, I have question. We all know that you are very good at discussing Sharia studies, and many research you have conducted are very significant on this subject. Our university is developing multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary Islamic studies, especially at the postgraduate level. In relation to Islamic phobia and COVID-19 pandemic, what are your recommendations and advice regarding the development of multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary Sharia studies? What courses must be studied by our students, and what research can be prioritized? What is the trend of Sharia studies in higher education, especially at the postgraduate level in the future, especially in relation to Islamic phobia and COVID-19 pandemic? I think that's all. Thank you very much.
That's of course a very sophisticated question, and but let me, I mean, some of the basic rules. If I was forming, let's say, a juristic Muslim mind in light of all the issues that you've set out, it is critical. First, of course, you know, when we start forming a Muslim jurist, yes, you know, you anchor them in tafsir, you anchor them in the Quran, yes, you have them study the tradition, etc. So I'm not discounting that. I'm not marginalizing that in any way. However, we go a step beyond that, and it becomes very important for that same intellect, that same mind that now has studied all of this, to understand what sociology is at a basic level, to have a working knowledge of what the science of sociology is and what the major schools of sociological sciences are and what sociological research is, and especially the field of legal sociology, because the field of legal sociology has made numerous advances in the 20th and 21st century, and it allows us to understand the role of law and the function of law in ways that are very interesting. And the discussions around legal sociology, and just to give you an example, especially comparative legal sociology, what comparative legal sociologists do is that they literally go and study how lawyers think and how lawyers function across cultures, and try to extract or understand the commonalities in legal cultures and the differences in legal cultures, and what allows for a well-structured legal culture and what creates a burdened or an ill-functioning legal culture. So often comparative legal sociologists will go and empirically study. They will learn that, for instance, let's say family courts that are backed up for 5 years, other family courts that have the same caseload that are only backed up 6 months. And a legal sociologist will go in and study the administration of justice to understand what happens that makes this court so delayed for 5 years and that court only delayed for 6 months. So legal sociology is very important. Legal anthropology is very important for the training of the legal mind. And especially, again, comparative legal anthropology, because we are now understanding that the way jurists think, they have certain shared cultural attributes and some distinctive cultural attributes, and that law sometimes it is that there is certain ways of legal thinking that prevents a jurist from interacting and fully engaging with reality. How that happens and why it happens and what the solutions for it is something that, again, legal anthropologists have made numerous advances in. And again, it's very hard for me to take a jurist seriously who hasn't studied anything about legal anthropology. I think also the field of comparative legal studies is critical. When someone says, oh, Sharia is very distinctive and Sharia is the solution to everything, and Sharia, yeah, okay, fine, but I can't take you seriously unless you have studied comparative law, unless you know what other legal systems have to offer, and you have an understanding of comparative criminal law, comparative constitutional law, comparative commercial law, and then maybe then we can start having a serious conversation that goes beyond simple slogans. Because the problem with a lot of Islamic discourses is we are stuck with just slogans. You know, we all speak in cliches, but the way you break cliches is through the legal sociology, legal anthropology, and the science of comparative law. But I also want to add, it is very important. There have been numerous advances in the field of legal hermeneutics and different theories of legal hermeneutics. It is not sufficient that we just talk about the theories of tafsir of old. We must examine these theories of tafsir in light of what has presented, the research that has been done in legal hermeneutics at a universal stage. And if I am, again, training a postgraduate student in Islamic law, I would also require them to study legal philosophy, comparative legal philosophy. They have to understand the function of law, the role of law, what various, if maybe they will discover that Islam have something to contribute that no one else has, but I cannot take them seriously, and the world cannot take them seriously unless they know legal theory and legal philosophy. Because unless they have that background, then they think they're making a very novel and original point, but everyone is laughing at them. This is what happens exactly in conferences, by the way. You go to conferences and then the people invite, Sharia people, and they give a lecture and they think they're saying something very brilliant, and all the non-Muslims, clap and they humor them and they're very condescending towards them. But behind their back, they're laughing at them because they're not saying anything original or anything new. And that really bothers me as a Muslim. It really hurts deep. I've been witnessing now for 30 years. And then now, in relation to Islamophobia, because this is it is very important for a Muslim jurist in our modern age to understand the relationship between race and law, and the role of race and the role of racializations, the racialization of religion, the racialization of the construction of race and the construction of privilege. Because you cannot really understand the rise of Islamophobia and the spread of Islamophobia without understanding the role of race and the history of race in our modern age, and only the very rich scholarly production on race and law. So I require, when my students who are, say, I want to train as a Muslim jurist, I teach a course called Muslims, Race and Law, and I require that they study that, because I told them you cannot start to address Islamophobia and embarrass Islamophobes and return the gaze and make them scared of you and make them, know that you are not an easy opponent unless you expose them. And the way that you expose them is by studying in a methodical way what gave rise to them and what made them receive the support that they receive. Why is it that so many people in the United States are willing to waste good money on Islamophobes? It's not because of a principled religious disagreement. A lot of the people who fund Islamophobes, by the way, are extremely unreligious. Trump himself, I doubt that Trump knows anything about the Bible. I doubt that Trump can complete a single prayer in church. Trump is an Islamophobe. Why is he an Islamophobe? Because he's a racist. He has racialized Islam. So if I was creating an institution for a new age of Muslim jurists, and this is what we're trying to do with the Asuli Institute, but we don't have financial support, so we're doing it on a shoestring budget. Is to, yes, you train in all the traditional sciences, but then after you train in the traditional sciences, I take your intellect and I anchor you in modern sciences, social sciences, anthropology, as I said, comparative anthropology, comparative sociology, legal theory, comparative law, and race and law, and then have that intellect re-examine Sharia and what how Sharia needs to address human beings in our modern age. And I think the results are very impressive. I wish that could be implemented on a very wide scale. I mean, I wish that could be in an entire university where you are training a new breed of Muslim legal scholars, a new class of Muslim legal scholars who come out, and when they talk to philosophers, they talk to legal theorists, they talk to law professors, they are very impressive because they know all of that. And they're not backwards, and they don't speak in platitudes and cliches and slogans. No, they're real scientists. That's my dream. But yaf'alullah ma yasha. What can I say?
Thank you so much, Professor. Just as an information for everybody here in the audience, actually, if you want to be a student of Professor Khalid, you don't need to come to Los Angeles, because Professor Khalid actually giving weekly lecture through the khutbah. So you can go to the khutbah, to his khutbah, to get all these rich materials, or you can join to the Usuli Institute and see all his lecture on YouTube, or on Facebook. So all this rich material actually is available. So of course, we actually want to have more time with Professor Khalid, but I know Professor Khalid is very busy and it's already night here in Los Angeles. So I will just actually close this session with Professor Khalid. Again, it is really fortunate for everybody to have Professor Khalid with us, and I would like to convey my sincere and our sincere appreciation for your time, for your insight, for your knowledge to be with us, with the audience in Indonesia and Malaysia, Professor Khalid.
I thank you so much, and I, as I say, you have a very special place in my heart, and I dream of visiting again one day. Zezin, by the way, is a star. Inshallah, he's going to do great things. I know he's going to be a major figure in Indonesia, inshallah. But I am so happy to have spent this time with you. It was a real pleasure, and thank you for putting up with me. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a good night, Professor.
Professor.
Sorry, it's mood. Okay, everybody, thank you so much for being with us for this very rich and very insightful session with Professor Tim and Professor Khalid Abu Fadl. I think what has been said by Professor Khalid Abu Fadl is really insightful for us, and hopefully we can, follow up in the future for what has been suggested by Professor Khalid, for example, regarding the what you call it, the syllabi for the university. I think that's very important suggestion from Professor Khalid Abu Fadl. We still have two more speaker with us, which is, I guess, will be in panel session. I don't know, we will continue or we will break for 5 minutes. I don't know what is the rule for the session for the organizer. Continue. Okay. If it's continue, then I would like to invite the next two speakers to be in a panel for the last this morning session or this late afternoon session in Los Angeles. We will have Professor Dr. Haji Abdul Samad Musa. Hopefully, he's already here with us in the Zoom room. Professor Samad Musa is a professor, a former dean of the Faculty of the Sharia and Law and founding director of World Fatwa Management and Research Institute at the University of Science Islam Malaysia, or USIM. He was graduated from University Kebangsaan Malaysia and from LLM from University of Malaya. completed his PhD from the University of Manchester in 1989. Professor Samad has also started his academic career in 1976 and was attached to the Department of Sharia in UKM a long time ago. In 2002, he was appointed as a professor in the Faculty of Sharia and Law at USIM. He is currently a professor at the Faculty of Sharia and Law, USIM, and a panel member of the Sharia Index Malaysia, appointed by the Prime Minister of Malaysia. He will be speaking about Islamic law in the post-pandemic age in Malaysia. And it will be followed by Professor Asef Saifuddin Jahar, our professor from Islamic State University. Professor Asef, I think his main expertise is on Islam and sociology, Islamic law and sociology. So it's very important subject, according to Professor Khalid, to build the legal mind of the future Sharia scholar. He was graduated from UIN Jakarta and graduated also from McGill and the University of Leipzig in Germany. Currently, Professor Asef Jahar is the director of the University, UIN Jakarta Graduate School. And Professor Asef Jahar will be speaking about the Islamic law in the post-pandemic age in Indonesia. So one is from the Malaysian experience and the other one is from Indonesian experience. Since both of the speaker are Malay, I mean, I guess, I don't know, I give the opportunity for the speaker to speak either in Bahasa Indonesia or Malaysia or in Bahasa or in English, I guess, to make a more lively session also with the audience. So I would like to give the floor, the Zoom room, first to Professor Samad. The time is yours, Professor. Or sorry, probably for the time slot, I would like to give the opportunity for like 20 minutes for each speaker, and then followed by Q&A after the presentations. Please, Professor.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much for the chairperson, Zizena, right? And other colleagues, Professor Asep, and the rest of the audience. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity given to me by the organizer to participate in this conference and to present my views, thoughts on Islamic law in Malaysia. Yeah. However, I will just focus on the area of constitutional law in Malaysia, not speaking generally about law in Malaysia. Yeah. It's a very wide subject. So in this talk, I would like to share my thought and views on the Islamic constitutional approach, its relevance with the Malaysian constitution known as the Federal Constitution, and how Islamic ideals of governance could be further enhanced under the present constitutional framework. Yeah. So this issue, although it is not directly related to issue of pandemic, but at the end, the constitutional issue also will have some effect on the COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah. All right. The issue of the relationship between Islam and state, its concept and application in Malaysian multiracial society has not been fully addressed, as the related studies on this matter are seemingly general in character or were conducted oblivious to local reality. An attempt towards greater enhancements of Islamic elements has been shrouded with some controversies, skepticism, and although Malaysia has generally been recognized as Islamic country, there is still room for improvement based on the Malaysian Sharia Index. However, the methods of improvement in terms of conceptual understanding and its implementation under Malaysian constitutional framework appear to be hazy. Hence, it is imperative to examine the appropriate approaches as how to incorporate the Islamic ideal of state and government in the context of Malaysian plural societies. This is to share some of the Islamic constitutional approach to provide a practical and down-to-earth solution to enhance the Islamic ideals of governance, taking into cognizance of the political reality, composition, society, and the federal constitution itself. Right. As we all know that Islamic religion is very comprehensive. It contains three essential components. There is aqidah or belief, legal rule, sharia, and akhlaq or adab or morality. It is a way of life whose guidance covering various issues of life, including matters of state, government, and constitution. Because Islam is rahmatan lil alameen, so sharia should become the basis of our life. For example, including in our constitutional system. However, the constitutional principles in Islam are very universal and not exclusively meant for Muslim, but for the whole people, irrespective of religion and race. Among the important features of Sharia, according to Al-Allama Dr. Yusuf Al-Qaradawi, Shumuliyah, that is comprehensive and all-inclusive, and waqi'iyah, realistic or down-to-earth. This comprehensiveness and suitability of Islamic precepts also cover issues of state constitution and government. However, this should not only be justified in the form of slogans and utopian ideals, but must also be translated and realized in a practicable manner and concrete proposition based on the wisdom, the reality, and the current demands of society and state without contravention of Sharia principles. Federal Constitution is the supreme law of Malaysia as provided under Article 4, Clause 1. This document is the result of various agreements painstakingly negotiated and agreed upon by various races and states which involve federal and state government, including British government and the Malay rulers. There are different views as to what is considered the basic features of the federal constitution. The fundamental or basic features include constitutional supremacy, Islam as the religion of the federation, constitutional monarchy, parliamentary democracy, federal system with additional powers for Sabah and Sarawak, and protection of fundamental rights or fundamental liberties, protection of the institution of sultanate, protection of special rights of the Malays, natives of Sabah and Sarawak, and the legitimate interests of other communities. Malay language as the national language, separation of power, and power of judicial review. The federal constitution consists of mostly written provisions, classified as written constitution, and some unwritten constitutional convention. Some of the former is originally based on the Constitutional Convention of the United Kingdom unwritten constitution, but put in a written form in the federal constitution. Thus it become part of the written federal constitution. What is considered constitutional convention in the Malaysian context refers to those constitutional practices developed from time to time in addition to the written provision to supplement particular written provision as to how they operate in practice. For example, in matters related to the exercise of the discretionary powers of the Yang di-Pertuan Agong and a ruler to determine who commands the majority support for the appointment of Perdana Menteri of Prime Minister and Menteri Besar, respectively. According to Dicey, Dicey is the British constitutional lawyer, conventions are a body not of laws, but of constitutional or political ethics, the constitutional morality of the day, or rules of political practice not enforced or recognized by the courts. In constitutional law, some changes or governance may occur without constitutional amendment. After the end of Western colonization and subsequent development, we have witnessed the emergence of separate and independent nation states were established by using Islamic or non-Islamic labels, with various forms and system of government incorporating different Islamic-related provisions in their respective constitution. In Malaysia, in particular, based on the 1957 Constitution of Malaya and subsequent 1963 Constitution of Malaysia, the question arises as to the extent of the relationship between Islam and state, and what are the best approaches to embrace the ideal of state and rule under the framework of the present Constitution. In a widely written work on Islamic politics, it was suggested that the establishment of the Islamic State is necessary and regarded as a religious responsibility of Muslims in order to realize the comprehensive teachings of Islam. However, there are some different opinions about the concept and application of the Islamic ideals of state in the context of current constitutional system. In the context of Malaysia in particular, besides constitutional background, the working of political and democratic system and political position of Muslims in multiracial society, holistic teachings of Islam, especially its constitutional approach and objectives of Sharia or Maqasid Sharia as a whole need to be fully understood, because failure to understand them or their misinterpretation may weaken the political position of Muslim in Malaysian multiracial society and thus may jeopardize the interests of Islam. And worse still, misconception about such concept and its application may result in the taking of action by certain groups beyond the limits of religion. Fortunately, in Malaysia, moderation and tolerant attitudes among the Muslims appear to prevail. Although there have been occasional debates about Islamic State, the attention seems to be on how to further improve the administration of Islam and application of Islamic law in Malaysia and elevate the status of Sharia courts in a harmonized way within constitutional means, since Islam already enjoys a special position in the federal constitution itself. Studies on the characteristics of Islamic State in general have been widely conducted by previous ulama and later Muslim scholars, although the field of constitutional and administrative law studies is said to have not been fully developed. There are some studies that discuss the concept of Islamic State and its application in the context of Malaysia. For example, some studies conclude that Malaysia has the characteristics of an Islamic state. The existence of the criteria of Islamic state, in the context of the constitution of the country is also noticeable in the writings of Malaysian constitutional experts, who generally regard Malaysia as having some features of the Islamic State by describing it either as Islamic State or hybrid state, or not full-fledged Islamic states, or secular with Islamic characteristics and bias. Thus, it is clear that the Islamic State issue is not immune from controversy or debate, either in terms of concept or application. In general, Malaysia can be regarded as an Islamic country based on certain juristic definition and criteria, but the extent of the realization of its true concept is still open to debate, and there is still room for improvement and consolidation. The present Prime Minister at one point in 2011, when he was the Deputy Prime Minister, once suggested that the best model of Islamic State, which is not democratic, which is not only democratic, but also stable and prosperous, should be proposed. In my talk today, I will try to present some ideas and possible practical approach to further enhance the Islamic constitutional practices and the ideals of Islamic governance in the context of the present constitutional framework and the reality and needs of Malaysian society based on the formulation of the basic principle of state and government by previous fuqaha and Islamic scholars. In Islam, in terms of concept and practice, there is no dispute that there is close relationship between religion and dawlah or state, but since Islam is universal and its teachings are valid for all time, in the context of constitution and government, Islam does not set a particular form of constitution and administrative system from systems that are rigid and unchangeable, which do not take into account different needs. What is provided is only general fundamental principle, but the form and methods of implementation can be adapted to the needs of a particular situation. Some propose an Islamic constitutional model, such as that of Azhar University in 1981 and the Islamic Council of Europe, only put forward the basic principles of the Constitution, while the constitutional forms and details are left to a specific country to determine their suitability. Thus, measurement of compliance with certain Islamic criteria and their improvement need to be largely based on the application of fundamental principle or substance rather than the form or structure of government, which may include details of different administrative systems adopted for particular consideration. Thus, the existing constitutional framework, such as the constitutional monarchy system, Westminster parliamentary system, and the federal system practiced in Malaysia, may be categorized as forms and may continue to be adopted. This form and system, which belong to what could be categorized as customary constitutional practices or uruf dusturi, in Malaysian context have proven to be functional and useful since independence in maintaining national stability and unity and welfare of the people. As long as the Islamic principles have been or can be realized and the existing constitutional framework provides space for such principle Islamic practices to be further strengthened from time to time, such framework will remain. There are several principles of state or Islamic constitution developed by fuqaha or Islamic jurists or scholars. Some are given briefly and others are listed in detail with sometimes varied formulations. These policies include the concept of caliphate or political authority with the purpose of implementing God's trust with responsibility to protect religion and manage the affairs of the world. Acknowledgement of loyalty to leadership, the fulfillment of collective responsibility as a trust between the people and the government, consultation and involvement of the people in government, justice or adalah, human rights, hukuk, wajibat, the rights and obligation of the government and the people, the concept of obedience to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the prophets and ulil amri, the concept of nasiha or advice, muhasabah, check and balance. This principle can be used as guideline as well as taking into account the Sharia objectives with their execution based on the concept of Islamic oriented policy or siyasa sharia and fiqh al-muwazanat or al-awlawiyat, concept priority or balancing of conflicting interests. The principle mentioned may be detailed out and implemented in contemporary form under existing institutions. The Islamic constitutional model proposed by the Azhar University Research Division allows the formation of diverse states and forms of constitution, ashkal, ad-dawlah, ad-dustur, within the unity of a single ummah, according to different needs and suitability. The inclusive approach of the Constitution Madinah by taking into account the diversity and multi-ethnic and religious composition of the people and interests of the nation at the time should become a model and guideline to be emulated. The stated principle and approaches are not theocratic as it is understood in the West, as the people, including non-Muslim, are given the freedom and right to get involved in certain government activities and administration of the country. In Malaysia, there is generally an entwined relationship between Islam state in the legal and constitutional history of the country, especially in the Malay states of Peninsular Malaysia. And there was some influence of Brunei Sultanate in North Borneo and Sarawak prior to English colonization. After independence on August 31st, 1957, and the formation of Malaysia on September 16, 1963, the position of Islamic religion through certain special provision continued to be protected in the federal constitution, that is Malaysian constitution. Okay? Based on Islamic perspective, maqasid Sharia. Okay? Right, there are persistent, however, misunderstanding and prejudice toward the concept of Islamic State, which cause it to be seen by some people as frightening and impractical. The misconception or lack of knowledge about the concept of Islamic State and constitution of the country carries at least three great implications. Firstly, for a certain number of individuals, the constitution has still been seen as un-Islamic, and as a result may resort to certain actions or approaches outside the limits permitted by the Islamic religion, supposedly to establish what they call the Islamic State. Secondly, especially for advocates of secularism in Malaysia, any attempt to or move connected with the Islamic State or to fully enforce the Sharia is often claimed or perceived as something that can undermine the rights of non-Muslims and rights and freedoms of the people. And Islamization policies or measures are said to be inappropriate in a plural society like Malaysia, and contrary to what they consider the secular philosophy of the Constitution. All this supposition and perceptions in accordance with Islamic policy and its correct interpretation and implementations are arguably not true. Thirdly, the confusion over the concept and its methods of implementation and the approaches to be taken in evaluating and realizing the Islamic ideals in the present context of state and government. It is appropriate to address the issue of secularism. It may be argued based on the meaning of the word secular in the context of governance and the overall study of constitutional provisions on the position of Islam and the involvement of government, of the executive and legislative powers and state support in matters of Islamic religion, Malaysia cannot be regarded as a secular state. Furthermore, the word secular itself is not mentioned in the federal constitution, which is the basis of legal validity and authoritative final reference. The proposed notion of the secular state, accompanied with the suggestion of Islam as the religion of federation as stated in other documents, was not included in the federal constitution. What was accepted and provided in the federal constitution was the provision of Islam as the religion of the federation under Article or in Article 3, Clause 1. This provision of 1957 Constitution was later adopted in toto in the Constitution of 1963 when Malaysia was formed. The nature of a country is not static, according to
Professor,
Malaysia.
it's
Yes.
sorry, it's 5 more minutes, Professor.
How many more minutes?
5 more minutes, please.
Oh, 5 more minutes. All right.
Okay.
I will try to finish within 5 minutes. Right. So that is the position of Islam, the federal constitutions, but there are methods and ways how to enhance Islamic ideals of government. The nature of country is not static. According to Malaysian constitutional expert, can evolve either with amendment or without amendment to the national constitution. The constitution provides space and mechanism for continuous improvement. The enhanced suggestion for the enhanced position in the light of existing constitution and uniqueness of the country, implemented with wisdom and peace and in peace and harmony. It can be argued that the proposed new approach could be an alternative to the Western secular approach. Constitution is only a skeleton, and in some respect, its written provision requires some additional constitutional practices. Ideals of Islamic governance can be used in order to fill the gaps. Right. In the context of Malaysia, taking into account the various fundamental principles and holistic Islamic consideration, what's required is not to demolish the whole national system and the structure of government that have been painstakingly built, by replacing it with all new structure, such as the approach and the action envisaged taken by some extremists. But in realistic term, to identify the methods for strengthening and complementing the compliance with Islamic principle and ideals of state and governance in a wider sense. So there are a number of steps, approaches that can be taken how to enhance the Islamic constitutional practice. Firstly, it is important to look at the constitution in a positive way. And it should not be seen and interpreted as a secular document. Yeah. All right. Okay, this interpretation will not affect the position of non-Muslim guaranteed in the federal constitution, but conversely can further strengthen and entrench the protection of their position and right for doing good and being fair to all races are obligated in Islam. This can be done by the authorities in line with the position of Islam as the religion of the federation and other Islamic related provisions which are part of the constitution and the supreme law of the nation. And therefore it may be argued that in Islam, it may be based on this concept of the supremacy of the constitution, it may be argued that Islam can also be regarded as supreme and accordingly should be given due considerations. Secondly, the importance of the institution of sultanate to be reinforced through the advisory system. At the present moment, the sultanate has been advised by certain bodies, and these bodies should play their effective role to give the right advice to the to the rulers. Yeah, as it was said by the Royal Highness Sultan Perak in his royal address, he mentioned about wise discretionary power, which is based on responsible advice. So this responsible advice can be used to safeguard the interests of Islam and the country as a whole. Next is executive power as a trust. Executive power should be regarded as a trust and amana, and should be carried out more responsibly. Yeah? All right. And then we have this legislative power. We need to, by taking into consideration the position of Islam and the sensitivities of Muslims in Malaysia, Parliament and state legislative assemblies can play a role in ensuring that the approved general law does not contravene the Islamic religion. Although there is no clear constitutional provision to that effect, this could be done by ensuring that the draft law is provided by taking into account the views of the Sharia and Harmonization of Law Division of the Attorney General Chambers before it is submitted to the government and subsequently Parliament. Democratic practices which is generally accepted and practiced in Malaysia need to be purified by applying the concept of ethical democracy that takes into account the values of truth, constructive ideas, fairness, legitimacy of fact, responsible attitude, discipline, and good manners, and morality, and mutual respect. This practice democracy must be based on the interests of the people and the country. Judicial system also have a role to play. There are two types of judicial system in Malaysia. One is civil and Sharia. So both are responsible to contribute to the administration of justice in Malaysia. And this concept of justice should be enhanced and should be interpreted in a manner that could not endanger the position of Islam as provided in the Constitution. And even though there are other provisions should be put in a balance, should put into consideration together with the position of Islam itself. We have rights and responsibilities provided, and these rights and responsibilities also should be accompanied with rights provision should be accompanied with responsibilities, wajibat. And these wajibat provisions are not found in the Constitution, but could be carried out, implemented through constitutional practices, political practices. All right, and then Sharia as a whole, Sharia, when you talk about implementation of Sharia, Sharia should be seen in a holistic approach, not just looking at certain specific law, but Sharia in the context of the protection of religion of Islam as a whole. And another thing, this is in line with the multiracial position of Malaysia.
The last minute, Professor?
Last minute, all right. Okay.
We can continue in the question and answer actually.
Okay, right. Okay. Engagement with non-Muslim very important also because of this multiracial society. Like we used to have when we have our first constitution, it was negotiated by various races. So in this context also, there must be some consultation, engagement with the other parties who have interest in certain proposition or in certain suggestion, proposal, even in this area of administration of Islam in the context of Malaysia. Well, I think I will try to stop here, although there are things which I would like to say here. Okay, thank you very much for your patience to hear my views. If there is any more discussion we can share.
Thank you so much, Professor Samad. Of course, we will continue the after this with discussion, and you can convey your thought and your opinion about what is matter for you in your field. I would like to now continue with the second speaker, Professor Asep Jahar, to give his thought on this topic around 20 minutes. And then after that, we'll continue with the question and answer. So Professor Asep, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for moderator for giving me the opportunity to discuss what it has been given to me about the Islamic law and the post-pandemic in Indonesia. First of all, I would like to highlight first what is related with this topic, and after that, I would like to move on a little bit to analyze this Islamic law in terms of hermeneutic approaches. And after that, we come to a little bit conclusion, what should be done by the Islamic law in Indonesia in the context of sociological approach. First of all, we would like to highlight the background, what has been giving impact to the pandemic. The pandemic itself has created social condition into a new model of habit. And people now also require to strengthen self-security and also life simplicity and solidarity. And therefore, we witness also in the public life, like public health services also burdened with the extraordinary duties in coping disease and life protection. Doctors and nurses are faced with suicidal responsibility, and some of them has become the victim of the death. So this is now we come to now. What is the role of Sharia then in order to adapt to the situation? So people can live hand in hand with the social development, and on the other, Sharia become their life, their driven of life. So we try to understand first how the Sharia said, or what the Sharia has already mentioned. That of course it is related with the text itself. I mean the Sharia textual conjunction in both the Quran and the Sunnah, for example, what has already mentioned by Holy Double Father, for example, that become provide legal instrument for cases may be different from today's condition. So I mean the text remain unchanged while social condition increasingly change over time. The Sharia are silent of creating detailed examples of rules in all life of people, in either in private or in public life. Sharia also literally might give only general indication for the actual cases, having unprecedented model in the time of revelation. So this is we come to now. What should we do? What should we do then to understand the Sharia in order to be adapted in this modern era? That general philosophy for some scholars has been the choice to play a greater role to respond such increasing change and continuous development. So we try to see. So the problem of the problem of the situation, either text, I mean the Sharia, or as the reader, the people or the human. What we understand is the lack of this Sharia, not on the text itself, but the problem is on the reader, that the understanding and the capability of making methodological approach in understanding the text, and also is accompanied by the incapability of intellectual development. Now, so for example, we try to say that Islamic legal philosophy has been used to evaluate all human development in this state. So try the science, for example, has also developed very rapidly over time. So the Sharia is challenged to solve this problem in terms of the adaptable one. So we come to the structure of Islamic law in order to cope this one. So what is our role now to examine in this case? So we need to examine to what extent the general philosophy of Islamic law is to be put and to enhance on the development of human mechanism. The Islamic legal philosophy, for example, based on Maqasid Sharia, should be used as the main tool and guiding source for the development and the progress of Muslim countries. So the Maqasid Sharia, as has been done, as has been known, for example, and it is based on the maslahah, is the main of understanding of the author or the text. So the lawgiver of the lawgiver of the text, as the Sharia, it can be understood by understanding the legal philosophy. But the problem now, which legal philosophy should we understand in terms of this modernity? That the modernity has spread of modernity has been the time of the modernity has been the case by people in the world, in Muslim world. So, like for example, modern digital technology influence entire human life, economic, education, culture, religion, security, politics, finance, and people of way of life. This is one kind of modernity. So if we refer to Islamic law, what can Islamic law solve with the development of this very rapid change? It can be argued, of course, that ethical and moral and religious values is the basic of Islamic law should be adapted, because the challenge is, the challenge of this modernity should be faced by the people or in every region. It can be said humanity, for example, cannot avoid the influence of modernity and modern development. So one could argue that by promoting development of human skill, intellect, education, and so on, the ideal of the general philosophy is designed to promote modern development, discovery, and invention. So this is our job now, to understand the text, to understand the Islamic law. KTB, for example, has already attempted to relate the legal doctrine of Maqasid Sharia and its relation of defense, and he provides the defense of maslahah to the changing circumstances. The maslahah is used as the basic solution for the variety of the problem in modern society today. So it cannot be solved by referring merely to the classical model of Islamic law, which is very lack of the systemic and also empiricism. So now we come to the nature of Islamic law itself in order to understand deeply which model we should offer for solving the problem. The problem is not which rule Muslims should select or approve or reject, but rather what is wrong with Muslim thought. Why Sharia is no longer providing men with the rules and regulation that can enable people to exert more effective control of the environment, for example. So it is very, very important and very basic for us to understand what is the reality, that legal philosophy is very important to be understood deeply. So this is, for example, first of all, we try to understand for the classical legal speculation. The legal philosophy of the classic is very big, very limited elaboration on the cases that is where it is only related at the time. But today we are faced with many and huge problems of the people in modern society itself. So the main issue need to be adapted and to be developed is the main of the justice itself as the fundamental issue of Islamic law, or we call it as the broader objective of Islamic law. And second, of course, before I close my presentation, what we could now to understand between the author itself or the lawgiver, or we call God or Allah, in giving the provision or the Islamic teaching. of course, by understanding or by referring to the Muslim scholars, in order to understand deeply the philosophy and the goal of Islamic law, this is two kinds. This is maqasid itself, maslahah, and the maslahah itself is fundamentally based on the justice. So this is what has been today, interpreted by Muslim scholars, like Hashim Kamali, Abul Fadl, and also Yasir Auda offer that approach to understand the Islamic law in order to be adapted into modern society. And second, of course, text remain unchanged, and text itself actually not limited, or we call the problem is not in the text, but the problem is on the reader. The reader need to develop their understanding. What has been mentioned before by Khalid Abul Fadl, that to understand one thing, we need to correlate with other sources or other fields, like sociology, for example. It is very limited for us to understand issue like pandemic, for example, as has been by most people, to make self-distancing in making the, what we say, stuff, or in making the praying together, for example. It is unpredicted for us that now when we pray together, that we make distancing like 1 meter or 2 meter. It is not mentioned in the fiqh, but because the modern society and the pandemic is the problem, we try to understand that virus can be priority to be seen and to be paid attention, rather than making closer of soft, for example, in praying. This is, of course, a sociological issue and also healthcare issue that should be understood by all people in this, in this Islamic law. And after that, of course, in terms of anthropological issue, like how we understand or to understand the issue of law in many areas, like in Sumatra, Aceh, or in Java, for example, there are many differences in applying of Islamic law because of the custom or the urf. This is, of course, if we just see in one side of Islamic law, it can be said that this is bid'ah or this is illicit in Islamic law. But by understanding Islamic law, with equip it with other field of law like sociology, anthropology, and psychology, we can come to understand that the law, the Islamic law, is of course served or provided to serving people in order to have prosperity, peace, and justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Asep. Actually, you still have time, around 7 minutes if you want to continue, but I guess we might be better to, it might be better for us to continue to the question and answer. The first question, Professor Musa has already elaborated very extensively regarding the issue of interplay between Islam as an official religion in Malaysia and the constitution, with the human rights, with the protections of the, let's say, the human right in Malaysia in general contract. But Professor Asep go to more philosophical level, discussing about the interplay between text and context, between the reader and the text in the frame of Sharia, and how to come up with the solution in modern situation by reinterpreting the text, for example. So I guess I would like to just invite all the participants, because I don't see any questions written in the chat box. I would like to invite then the participant to raise the hand, and I would then give the opportunity to those who raise the hand in the chat room. And actually, I would suggest to the participant also to ask in Bahasa Indonesia or in Malaysia. I guess it's okay to it's not a shy thing to speak in your own language, I guess. And Professor Samad, Professor Musa, I guess also will understand the Indonesian language, although sometimes quite weird or quite different, but 18 to 90% will understand the question if the question are in Bahasa Indonesia. So please feel free to ask either in Bahasa Indonesia and Malay or in English. I guess we have also some participant from Malaysia that who may speak in Malay. So we are bangsa serumpun, so I guess it's always good to speak in our own language. Please. Jangan malu-malu Bapak Ibu, silakan. Saya kira bisa tanya pakai bahasa Indonesia. Saya mulai dengan moderatornya pakai bahasa Indonesia. Jadi saya silakan kepada Bapak Ibu sekalian. Tadi Profesor Samad sudah berdiskusi terkait dengan kurang lebih dari constitutional framework antara hubungan antara katakanlah Islam sebagai official religion, di mana Islam punya nilai-nilai ideal, termasuk nilai ideal untuk mengimplementasikan syariah di dalam level state, dan bagaimana state Islamic State ditafsirkan di dalam konteks Malaysia. Dan kemudian Profesor Asep berbicara lebih banyak pada aspek, saya kira lebih ke katakanlah aspek lebih ke ethical and philosophical diskusi di level itu, karena Profesor Asep melihat bagaimana hubungan antara pembaca atau reader dengan teks di dalam konteks syariah. Jadi saya silakan kepada Bapak Ibu sekalian yang mau bertanya, saya persilakan. Kalau tidak ada yang mau bertanya, tadi saya I would like then give the opportunity again to Professor Musa, because I know that during the end of your speech, I think you still have something that you want to, to convey to us. So I would like to give you an opportunity around 5 minutes, Professor Musa, to give another talk, because I know I cut you before. Please, Professor Musa. And then I will go to the question and answer. Okay, we have Wuri Fifa, but I will give first opportunity to Professor Musa, and then we'll give opportunity to Wuri Fifa Khananda. Okay, Professor Musa, please. You still mute, Pak.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, Bu Fofi, Bu Wuri, saya akan kasih kesempatan dulu ke Profesor Musa, nanti ke Anda ya. Oke, silakan. Silakan Profesor Musa, please.
Right, the challenge, talking about the challenges we are facing is the issue of how to implement in the context of Malaysia. There has been a provision in Constitution which has been entrenched in terms of the position of Islam, but there are still areas where still can improve, but how to improve this, because of the sometimes we have two groups in Malaysian context, groups who opposed, which I said advocates of secularism. They claim that federal constitution is secular, and therefore any move, any effort to expand the application of Islamic law is not acceptable, based on the argument that constitution is secular. But as I said, in the constitution itself, there is no mention about secular. Secular, right? It was mentioned elsewhere in some document, but we come to this final draft. This word secular was not included in the document. This should be seen as very significant in terms of the relationship between Islam and states. And apart from that, there are specific provisions in the constitution which are protected in terms of the religion of Islam, and where religion Islam, its position has been elevated compared to other religions, although there is freedom of religion in Malaysia. Yeah? Also mentioned in Article 3, Clause 1, but other religion must be practiced in peace and harmony, in harmony with the status of Islam, the religion of the Federation. So this is a matter for interpretation, in fact, because the Constitution itself does not mention clearly about the philosophy. We may interpret this philosophy from the Rukun Negara and so on, but reading as a whole, all this provision, it is very clear that Islam was put in a special position, and there are other provisions that support this special position. For example, the validity of the government to to assist Islam, to support the religion of Islam, and so on. So this gives the significant meaning as to the position of Islam. And this has been respected by all religions. But to go beyond that, so the interpretation of religion has been varied. There are some who say that religion has a very limited meaning for certain purposes, and the same article cannot be used for wider interpretation in the context of the Sharia in general in Malaysia. It is true that Sharia is implemented in Malaysia, that's correct. It is widely used in Malaysia, maybe like Indonesia as well. We have Sharia court, we have legal provision, complete set of rules, regulation that enforce Islamic law, not just by state government, but also by the federal government. Federal government through some laws, legislation. This legislation was made by the federal government. Federal government through federal initiative, established institution, and funded all these institutions and support in parliament. For example, in Islamic finance, the Islamic finance is regulated completely, very comprehensive legislation, and the central bank plays a very important role. And in Malaysia, two systems are stated in the law as a dual financial system in Malaysia. In Malaysia, there are two financial systems clearly stated in the law, one conventional, the other Islamic. And therefore, anything to do with Islamic finance get the full support of the government. So any government will come to power must support this. So this is the general idea of the position of Islam in Malaysia. And there are other things that I mentioned, how to go beyond what we have now in terms of the constitutional practice. In terms of the constitutional practice, there are clear provisions in the constitution, written provisions, but there are also unwritten practices that develop from time to time. So my argument in my paper is how to develop Islamic practice through constitutional means without changing the constitution. Through political culture or through political practices, what we call by DICE as constitutional convention developed in Malaysia. For example, in terms of the exercise of power by the Prime Minister, for example, there are a lot of things that the constitution itself is silent, and therefore there is room for development through constitutional practices. So in this, the vacuum of these practices, the Sharia should come in and fill the gaps through constitutional practices in the light of the position of Islam in Malaysia. So that's how Islam can, and the constitution doesn't stop this. The constitution provides means. There is no saying that Islamic law cannot be widened in terms of application and so on. Even though there was argument that Sharia law is considered a state matter, but federal government also has a role, and there is nothing in the constitution that say that federal government cannot widen the application of Islamic principle in government administration, constitutional practices of Malaysia, and so on. So this is what I argued, that Islamic practices, Islamic culture through political practices. For example, in the democratic practice in Malaysia, democratic practice in Malaysia in terms of the election of the candidates, democracy in the West should be interpreted in the light of the Sharia principle. There is nothing wrong with democratic practices. Democracy is the only mean that we have today so far. So we use it as a mean for rakyat, for the people to elect the government. That is very useful, and it is not contrary to Islam, but it is also need to be emphasized in terms of the values and the ethical principle that should govern the politician. The behavior of the politician, they are not written in law, but can be put into these practices. Because human people play an equally important role. Not just law. Law is there, but sometimes if people do not practice, do not implement, I think there is nothing beneficial from only statement that we have in certain, even in the constitution itself. If the people do not behave as a good people, ethical people, and also reasonable people with integrity, because abuse of power originates from people. So people is central in the realization of the Islamic constitutional practices in Malaysia, yeah, to support and to make it a reality, and not just an imaginary issue, but something which is real. We need to make it as an important new culture. This is a new normal in the context of post-COVID-19 in terms of constitutional law, new normal in Australia, because we hope that this COVID-19 crisis will hopefully will end as quickly as possible. But what is next is most important thing. So considering what we have seen during the this situation, the present situation, people need support, and there should be integrity of the political leaders to support them. And this is what should be done, the role that should be played by the leaders of the political parties across the board. All political parties should be taught this culture to be realized in practice as part of the constitutional practice, and make it live in the democratic system in a modern time, and not just to support the Western democracy, because Western democracy is secular democracy or secular system of government. We can see the failures of this secular culture to support freedom of religion, for example, and certain rights are denied under the secular system. Although originally secular claimed that through secular system, everyone will get your right, guarantee, and so on. But under what we see today, in some countries, this secular concept, secularism, secular country, even though they claim that they protect all the people, but we can see how the Muslims are suffered in some countries. They are discriminated. Yeah? They are discriminated. Their religion is not properly protected like the religion. So there is no benefit even in the secular concept of democracy. So we try to introduce new normal in political process and new concept in the constitutional practice of the present system.
Thank you so much, Professor Musa, for the extension of your talk. Actually, it's very interesting. If we compare it, for example, to Indonesian context, what you have said actually kind of the opposite, because Indonesian people, not people, Indonesian history show us in the beginning regarding the idea of Islam and secular state actually come up with a solution to Pancasila. Instead, Pancasila kind of a solution to bridge between the Islamic inspiration and the secular inspiration to bridge all the multi-ethnicity of Indonesian culture. However, I will not talk about this issue because actually probably this is a different topic. I would like to give the opportunity to Ibu Wuri Viva, and also we have questions for Professor Samad in the chat room that I will read for you after the question from Ibu Wuri. Silakan Ibu Wuri. Mohon maaf kalau salah ini ya. Silakan Bu.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Good afternoon, everybody here. Assalamualaikum, Profesor Musa. Saya combine saja bahasanya ya, karena saya mungkin lebih.
Waalaikumsalam. Boleh paham.
Ya, mungkin saya lebih bisa menyampaikan dengan bahasa Indonesia dibanding nanti in English, nanti malah jadi tidak bermakna sebenarnya gitu. Ya, terima kasih.
Boleh paham, insya Allah boleh paham. Ya.
Begini, Profesor Musa, di dalam masa pandemi ini, sehingga kita mencapai ke new normal di masa normal yang baru ini, ketika kita masuk ke pandemi itu kan banyak sekali perubahan ya, Profesor. Banyak sekali perubahan yang terjadi di kehidupan kita. baik ketika kita berada di rumah maupun ketika kita keluar rumah, bahkan bernegara. Bahkan dalam beribadah pun kita juga banyak perbedaan dibanding sebelum kita menghadapi masa pandemi. Nah, bagaimana Malaysia menyikapinya? Contoh misalnya seperti ini, Prof.
Yeah.
Ada perbedaan ketika kita beribadah di masjid, di mana harus jaga jarak. Saya melihat ada yang memakai masker, ada yang tidak, gitu. Padahal saya membaca lebih jauh, ada beberapa fatwa, bukan fatwa ya, ada beberapa pendapat ulama ya, yang seharusnya kan memang sholat itu kan harusnya rapat, seperti itu ya, Prof ya. Terus tidak boleh memakai masker, bahkan Nabi pun juga melarang kita untuk menutupi wajah ketika sholat ya, apalagi untuk yang laki-laki. Itu contoh yang kalau kita beribadah di masjid. Bahkan azan pun saya mendengar di Indonesia ini dari masjid dekat rumah saya, itu bahkan sampai ada perbedaan ya, Prof ya, dalam lafal azan seperti itu kan, beda seperti sebelum pandemi. Itu contoh. Nah, terus masyarakat atau warga dengan berada di rumah saja, mereka kan akhirnya banyak memesan makanan melalui, kalau di Indonesia itu ada GrabFood, ada GoFood gitu loh, Prof. Ya. Nah, itu kan kalau mereka membayar cash ya, itu memang di Islam itu membolehkan kalau misalnya memang cash itu kan seperti transaksi jual beli atau tunai seperti itu. Nah, yang menjadi pertanyaan itu kalau misalnya Grab, GoFood itu kita membayar memakai apa ya istilahnya ya, memakai uangnya si GrabFood, GoFood dulu yang menalangi, baru kita membayar, kan seperti itu banyak juga. Nah, lalu kan ada seperti ada semacam uang yang dikembalikan seperti itu ya, Prof ya, baik di Shopee atau apa kalau kita pembelanjaan online. Nah, itu sebetulnya apakah itu diperbolehkan dalam Islam ketika kita tidak tunai atau cash seperti itu, Prof? Nah, jadi hal-hal seperti ini, apakah memang prinsip-prinsip Islam itu berubah ketika menghadapi situasi pandemi, menyesuaikan dengan keadaan yang semua negara di dunia ini harus hadapi, seperti itu ya, Prof ya? Padahal kan sudah ada aturan-aturan Islam, kaidah-kaidah Islam yang kita pelajari. Jadi mohon petunjuk Prof untuk menghadapi seperti ini. Apakah di Malaysia juga melakukan kebijakan seperti itu atau bagaimana? Terima kasih, Prof.
Saya dari Cirebon, moderator.
Oke, saya ingin membacakan dulu satu pertanyaan lagi untuk Profesor Musa. Setelah itu akan saya buka lagi sesi selanjutnya. Jadi untuk sesi ini saya akan beri kesempatan saja kepada Ibu Ri dan satu pertanyaan. So Profesor Musa, I have the question from the chat room, which is directed to you. It say that, Salam Professor, in your view, is it necessary for all state and enactment of Islamic law in Malaysia to be made as a federal rather than state law for Islamic law? So it's clearly question from I think Malaysian audience. So I think
should I answer the first question or second question?
Yeah, I think you can answer the first question and then go to the second question, please.
So first question you want to answer in Bahasa Melayu and Indonesia. I cannot speak Bahasa Indonesia.
I think you can answer in Melayu, Prof. Tidak apa-apa.
Melayu.
Paham. Boleh paham juga.
Malaysia dengan keadaannya lebih kurang sama dengan negara-negara lain. Kita menghadapi masalah yang sama. Masalah keadaan COVID-19 yang kita perlu melakukan sesuatu yang berbeza daripada biasa, termasuk dalam soal-soal mengerjakan ibadat, semayang dan semuanya. Sebenarnya berlaku perubahan dari segi hukum asal kepada hukum yang baru. Dan ini di Malaysia memang di kawasan saya pun sekarang pun di dalam keadaan movement control, conditional movement control order. So
lockdown kalau di Indonesia, Prof.
Masih saya tak bebas keluar sekarang ini, dan masjid juga di kawasan saya tak ada lagi dah semayang Jumaah dan sebagainya. Even di surau-surau juga tidak ada. Bagaimanapun kita dalam hal ini kita bergantung kepada authority fatwa authority. We have many opinion in Islam. Yeah, we have opinion, but we have to follow the official fatwa. So official fatwa say it is okay in this situation, this contemporary situation, to face the wabak, pandemik. Jadi dalam keadaan itu dibolehkan untuk juga mengambil kira maqasid syariah juga untuk menjaga nyawa, keselamatan dan sebagainya. So ini balance soal muwazanat antara beberapa kepentingan yang bertentangan, mana yang lebih mudarat, mana yang didahulukan. Ini dibenarkan di dalam syariah. So hal ini telah diputuskan oleh Majlis Fatwa Kebangsaan. So this National Fatwa Council is not State Fatwa Council at federal level. So they agree and they allow, mereka membenarkan untuk dalam keadaan yang sementara untuk mengatasi mudarat yang lebih besar. Itu saja. So di sini pun sangat lebih kurang sama dengan lain-lain tempat juga, mungkin juga di Indonesia. Tapi kita ada authority, jadi masing-masing individu tidak dibenarkan untuk berpandangan sendiri, ya, dalam hal melibatkan umum. Kalau hal-hal individu sendirian tidak melibatkan orang lain, dia boleh berpandangan sendiri mengikut pandangan dia. Tetapi dalam konteks umum, mereka harus mentaati. Dalam konteks di Malaysia ini dirujuk sebagai ulil amri. Kita sebagai rakyat harus mematuhi ulil amri. Atiullah wa atiur rasul wa ulil amri minkum. Jadi apa-apa yang diputuskan oleh ulil amri harus dipatuhi, kecuali arahan itu melanggar prinsip syariah. So dalam konteks ini ada juga elemen syariah di situ. Tapi oleh kerana itu telah dibincang oleh Majlis Fatwa, saya tidak mau menjadi mufti di sini. Jadi itu telah diputuskan oleh Majlis Fatwa Kebangsaan secara resminya. Ya. Okey, itu sajalah saya punya respon saya kepada Ibu. Apa nama tu? Wari.
Yeah.
Sorry, we come back to the second question. I think this about the distribution of legislative power in Malaysia. As I said earlier in my presentation, Malaysia practices parliamentary system of government and federal system of government where powers are divided between states and federal government. We have state legislatures with certain powers as listed in the federal constitution. We have also parliament at the federal level making law for certain matters as listed in the federal list. So Islamic law is a state matter. And therefore, anything to do with the enactment of Islamic law must be passed by the respective state legislative assemblies. Yeah? But there are also powers given to the federal government for the purpose of uniformity of law. Uniformity of law. If there is any need for uniformity of law, Parliament can make law for this purpose. However, because of this concept of federalism, in Malaysia, federal government, before any decision, any law passed by Parliament concerning those matters in the state list, must get the next approval by the respective state legislation. Meaning that law made by the federal Parliament must be enacted once again, approved at the state level in order for the law to be enforceable, implemented in that particular state. So this is a matter of federalism that we have in Malaysia. Yeah? But in other areas where state do not have legislative power, including, for example, I say here, Islamic finance. Islamic finance, banking is not in the state power. And therefore, anything to do with Islamic law, regulating Islamic finance at a federal level must be made by Parliament. So Parliament has power also to regulate on Islamic law. So there is provision in the Constitution, Islamic finance. Islamic finance in the federal constitution, in the federal list was stated in general. It doesn't say Islamic or un-Islamic, but Parliament used that provision to enact Islamic law and to regulate and to have systematic regulation on the administration of Islamic law relating to Islamic finance. So that is what I said, Parliament and the government played an active role in supporting the implementation of Islamic law in Malaysia. However, this in the context of Malaysia, which is multiracial, on certain matters, it is very important to have this engagement to ensure that this understanding prevail among the various races to ensure harmony in Malaysia. So we used to be harmonious in taking certain decisions, including the formulation of the federal constitution at the beginning. So this spirit always emphasized in Malaysia, although there are some issues, conflict, but at the end of the day, they come together also in certain matters. For example, in the present moment, in the context of government, the present government is claimed to be not very strong and may be defeated easily in parliament. But in the context for the public interest, the budget will be presented. Hopefully, they will get this consensus agreement to support because of COVID-19. People are suffering from COVID-19, and therefore it is very important that every parties come together to support those who are affected by COVID-19, and also because of the economic issues, economic downturn in Malaysia. Economic problem we are facing very, very serious. And therefore all will support for this purpose together. And then after that, they can have differences later. But at the moment, they come together and to support this noble objective, to support the public in facing this COVID-19. Okay, I think that's my response to the questions.
Thank you, Professor Musa. I would like also give the floor to Professor Asep in case he want to respond to the question of Ibu Wuri. I guess the second question regarding the use of electronic payment in Indonesia may need a response from you, Professor Asep. Please.
Okay, thank you very much. Saya akan menyampaikan sedikit tentang masalah transaksi. Seperti yang saya sampaikan tadi, memang apakah kita berhenti kepada teks, kemudian juga kreasi teks daripada Fuqaha yang menjelaskan tentang model transaksi yang seperti itu, atau kita memodifikasi di dalam konteks transaksi itu sehingga ada perubahan-perubahan. Maka memang yang menjadi standar adalah perubahan modern ini membutuhkan penafsiran terhadap model transaksi itu sendiri. Nah, pertanyaannya apakah yang kita lihat model atau filosofinya? Maka yang harus kita jelaskan adalah filosofinya itu sendiri. Maka yang terjadi di dalam transaksi, filosofi yang menjadi tekanan adalah kecurangan ataupun terjadinya fraud, kemudian yang disebut dengan riba juga bagian dari kecurangan. Maka kalau dilihat dari konteks saat ini, yang misalnya Gojek ataupun juga GoFood, seperti kita juga membeli barang di Tokopedia, yang barangnya kan belum keterima, tapi yang kita kirimkan adalah uangnya dulu, sehingga demikian barang terkirim walaupun barang tidak terima. Tetapi dengan adanya kontrol yang online ini, maka itulah sudah bisa disahkan atau sudah bisa diterima, atau bagian dari syariah lah, atau kemudahan syariah. Ini memang membutuhkan satu interpretasi atau membutuhkan satu instrumen kita untuk memahami konteks perubahan-perubahan sosial ini yang disebut dengan modernity itu, teknologi, belum lagi sains dan lain sebagainya, atau belum lagi bagaimana kita cara memahami terkait dengan isu-isu yang lain yang lebih mencengangkan, misalnya terkait dengan LGBT dan lain sebagainya. Posisi kita di dalam menghukumi itu seperti apa? Nah, disinilah yang harus menjadi dasar adalah yang disebutkan tadi oleh Khalid Abdul Fadl dan juga para ulama yang lain terkait dengan maqasid, maslahah, dan keadilan itu sendiri. 3 hal itu yang menjadi fondasi. Kemudian misalnya tadi juga menyebut ketika sholat, kemudian jangan menutup, artinya dengan masker, kemudian di dalam fikih jelas kondisi-kondisi itulah yang berada di dalam satu praktek-praktek normal. Jangankan misalnya di dalam konteks hal yang seperti itu, bagaimana seandainya ketika kita tidak memiliki tangan dan lain sebagainya, apakah berwudu juga harus dibasuh yang mananya? Maka inilah yang disebut dengan kemudahan di dalam syariah yang harus kita pahami sebagai bagian yang tadi, kembali kepada kemudahan itu. Dan tentu hal-hal yang terkait misalnya bagaimana dengan Jum'ah yang tidak bisa Jum'ah 3 kali, padahal di dalam sebutan hadis bahwa bagi mereka yang tidak Jum'ah 3 kali di dalam hidupnya, secara berturut-turut, maka dia akan mendapatkan latat. Nah, ini kondisi COVID kan menjadikan kita, maka Jumat bisa digantikanlah dengan duhur. Inilah hal-hal yang memang membutuhkan kepada kita ahli hukum ataupun juga negara untuk memberikan solusi yang ofisial. Saya sepakat tadi juga dengan Profesor Musa bahwa memang yang kita rujuk adalah official fatwa dari MUI, karena memang banyak rujukan yang kita bisa ambil dari YouTube dan lain sebagainya yang menyampaikan berbagai hal. Tetapi jelas mereka yang berada di dalam official fatwa itulah yang akan lebih memberikan kepada solusi-solusi yang lebih lebih menyeluruh, sehingga dia akan menyakup berbagai kepentingan tanpa ada kepentingan ideologi tertentu. Dan jelas saya pikir apa yang disampaikan oleh lembaga fatwa resmi yang kita ada di Malaysia ataupun Indonesia, mereka lah yang memiliki wewenang dan punya penerawangan yang lebih komprehensif terkait dengan hukum dan juga kebutuhan-kebutuhan masyarakat. Saya pikir itu aja Pak Jejen apa yang dapat saya tambahkan. Terima kasih atas perhatian kepada semuanya. Semoga kita diberikan kesehatan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Kita belum closing loh Profesor Asep, jangan pamitan dulu. Oke, untuk pertanyaan yang tadi, for the question regarding the electronic payment is actually very interesting, sangat menarik. Beberapa saat yang lalu kebetulan saya punya pengajian kecil-kecilan di Los Angeles. Salah satu pertanyaan yang sering ditanyakan adalah banyak orang yang tidak mau lagi menggunakan electronic payment itu karena dianggap itu tidak syar'i. Jawaban saya sederhana, coba kalau kamu berhenti semua itu electronic payment, kasihan sekali tukang Gojek yang udah miskin itu, atau yang membutuhkan bantuan, itu kan lebih maslahat kita menggunakan itu dengan niat membantu tukang ojek lah, minimal kalaupun Anda merasa bahwa itu kurang syar'i, minimal niatnya membantu yang pekerja sebagai pekerja di sektor itu kan. Oke, apakah saya perlu dibuka satu lagi pertanyaan atau kita close?
Yes, one question, moderator can.
Oh, oke, sorry. Mohon maaf Pak Ahmad Holik. Ya, please. Ya.
Okay.
Ya, silakan Pak.
Moderator Pak Zenzen. Maybe I want to talk with the two languages, combination between English language and Indonesian language, little English. The first, I thank you very much and appreciate from Professor Musa and Professor Jahar. I want to ask about the concept khilafah in Malaysia. Today, maybe in Indonesia, so many people talking about the khilafah, especially when the regulator from the government about the no obey to khilafah Hizbut Tahrir. I want to ask to Mr. Professor Musa, can you explain me what the opinion of the people of Malaysia about concept khilafah? Because khilafah is one topic in literature fikih. Long ago in literature kitab fikih there is a khilafah. Can you explain me what the response the scholars, academici, politici, and then social in Malaysia about the khilafah? It is the first time. And second question from Professor Musa too about economy. Saya melihat di Malaysia ada pertumbuhan yang signifikan tentang percepatan Islamic finance before COVID-19 maybe so many fast akselerasinya sangat luar biasa bahkan meninggalkan kita terutama dalam sektor perbankan syariah. Market share-nya sangat cepat meninggalkan jauh kita yang baru mencapai angka 6% Pertanyaan saya dua hal dalam Islamic finance ini kepada Prof Musa, kira-kira apa yang menjadi faktor begitu so many faktor about the Islamic finance so excellent in Malaysia, and then bagaimana ketika setelah COVID-19 pertumbuhan ekonomi Islamic finance di Malaysia? Itu untuk Profesor Musa. Satu untuk Profesor Jahar. Prof Asep Jahar, saya alumni Syariah tahun 91 ini. Saya tidak tahu teman siapa di Syariah situ. There is a theory in Islamic history of Islamic about the law is reflection of social culture. It is maybe the same with the kaidah fikih, taghyirul ahkam bi taghyirul azminah wal amkinah wal ahwal. Yang ingin I want to talk ask to Mr. Asep Jahar that about the Cipta Kerja, Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja yang sekarang menjadi perdebatan banyak. Kira-kira dari perspektif filosofis, sosiologis, apakah teman-teman kita yang di legal drafter itu tidak melihat aspek-aspek filosofinya, sosiologisnya, dan antropologinya, sehingga kemudian ketika melahirkan regulasi dan undang-undang yang diketok ini tidak begitu banyak mendapat respon yang luar biasa gitu. Paling tidak ini kan sangat cepat gitu. Pertanyaan saya kan harusnya ketika undang-undang cipta kerjanya dilahirkan juga mempertimbangkan aspek filosofis, aspek sosiologis, dan aspek-aspek lain yang sifatnya memberikan fleksibilitas tentang persoalan hukum. Jadi harusnya kan undang-undang itu lahir dari refleksi sosial budaya Indonesia. Nah, kenapa kemudian muncul respon dari seluruh people of Indonesia ini? Karena mungkin salah satu faktornya adalah dia bukan bagian dari kultur dan respon dari sosial kultur dari masyarakat Indonesia. Oke, itu respon buat Profesor Asep Jahar. Thanks so much, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, terima kasih banyak. Silakan dijawab, Prof.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Bapak Ahmad Khalid. Okay, two questions. First question about concept of caliphate. It is true, this concept of caliphate al-khilafah is one of the important topic discussed by the classical jurists, Babul Khilafah and Imamah, not just in fact, but also in Ilmul Kalam, also they stress about this concept of al-khilafah that describe about this Islamic government, and that was developed by the jurists, by the fuqaha. Yeah? And however, in this concept, I think it can be used into ways. One, we cannot deny that probably we need to have this sort of Islamic Commonwealth. At the end of the day, we should have this kind of unity of the Muslim as a whole, if it is possible, yeah, because we used to have this before. Secondly is in the meantime, before we have that, we may have different states. As mentioned in some model Islamic constitution, many model Islamic constitution say that different government, different state with different methods of government, system government can be established, can be formed, as long as they realize the concept of Islamic government, the idea of concept of government found in the concept of caliphate itself. So caliphate can be literally and can be give meaning in a wider sense. Literally, you have this specific form according to caliphate, but in a modern time, we have a new problem, new situation, new administrative system, and so on. Even during the caliphate of Umar Khattab, there were many changes made in terms of the administration, and the methods of the election of the caliphate itself differs from one caliphate to another, meaning that on this method, these are not the binding issues. That is based on the contemporary needs of particular time. When we want to translate that into the modern system, we are allowed to have a different form. We're talking about form. Caliphate in its concept, the concept is very clear. We, from the spirit and meaning of the caliphate itself, mean that the government which is responsible, which is considered as a trust, and so on. So any government which implement this concept, even in the present system of government, this government can be considered as government which exercise this concept of caliphate and fulfill the spirit of caliphates. So whatever form we use in the present day, it is possible, it can be done, because in constitutional law, form are regarded something which is not rigid, which is permanent, but it is open to some changes in terms of the detailed formulation of administrative policies, form of government, and so on. As long as they fulfill this, all types of government fulfill the needs and the basic principle of what we call Islamic states. So iqamatul khilafah doesn't mean that you have to bring the previous form of caliphate system before and bring to the present time and establish what they say as Islamic states. I think that's not the spirit of Islam. Because the Quran, the Sunnah doesn't speak about specific form of government. There are features, basic principle, values that should be followed by any government, any Muslim in the present world. So because Islam is forever, if the Quran and the Sunnah force you to follow a specific form of government, this might be not practical and not suitable with the present situation, which situation keep changing and so on. But even though we have this different form, what we must realize this concept of caliphate, leadership qualities that must be fulfilled by the Muslim leader. They must fulfill this great quality as a caliph. That's what should be, what we should have even in the modern system of government. So you cannot find any statement about caliphate in any model of constitution that I have come across. All right. So there is no such thing as specific model that was. There are models introduced by scholars, even by Azhar University, but what they bring to us is only the basic fundamental principle, and that could be used as a guide for any government. So in modern governments, you can see Republic of Islamic Pakistan. You have different system in other countries. That's not the big issue. What is important is whether this all type of government realize the basic principle menghayati in terms of Sharia and so on. But the method, specific methods may be different in detail. In detail, we must consider the uniqueness of a particular situation and particular country. So in the Malaysian context, for example, if in Malaysia we are multiracial, we have 40% actually, 40% Muslim, only 60% non-Muslim. We have Sabah and Sarawak, more non-Muslim in these two states. So we need to have a different way how to deal with, to show that Islam is really able to respond to various situations as long as we can realize these important values as enshrined in Islam. Right. Okay. It's not regarding Islamic finance. I think why Islamic finance grows very fast is because of the support of the states, support of the government. That is the one factor important. If there is no state support, I think it is very difficult. It is done privately because all regulation, everything are regulated by central bank. Central bank, the government take responsibility to put and to coordinate everything about Islamic finance. So state support is one important factor besides awareness, because there has been always awareness by some scholars and practitioners, Islamic financial practitioners, promoting this Islamic financial practice, even in a weekly forum Hal Ewa Islam, there are sometimes issues talking about Islamic finance and encourage people to support Islamic finance. And in Malaysia, Islamic finance is not only supported by the Muslim customers, but also non-Muslim customers. Many Muslim customers are customers. Many non-Muslim become the customers of Islamic banking. So in the Malaysian context, this awareness, educations are very, very important, and cooperation, understanding. So this is a method that is sustainable. I think if anything we want to do, we must have this understanding first, so that it become can get support from the public. Otherwise, it will not be sustainable. So this is a very, very important element that we must consider in order to further promote Islamic finance. And this Islamic finance is growing actually, and we have many institutions having courses training on Islamic finance, including non-Muslim. They are expert on Islamic finance because it become the practice of the country, and they also get benefit from Islamic financial activities in Malaysia, not just only the Muslims. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you very much. I think that's
Thank you so much, Professor.
okay. Thank
Thanks
you very
for
much.
your explanation.
Thank you.
Profesor Asep, please.
Makasih. Saya hanya ingin merespon singkat ya, memang itu kan konsep ideal ya, bahwa secara filosofi, sosiologis, yuridis, tapi di dalam konteks perumusan hukum kan banyak terjadi negosiasi politik. Itu Pak kira-kira kata-kata singkatnya, sulit untuk menjelaskannya.
Mendalam itu.
Memang itulah yang menjadi sebuah idealisme hukum yang memang harus dibuat dalam konteks secara akademik. Ya, memang harus merujuk kepada tiga hal itu. Namun di dalam realitanya, nah ini yang harus dijelaskan sebagai kajian. Apa yang menjadi dominasi? Apakah dominasi pebisnis kah? Apakah dominasi barat kah? Atau memang dominasi penguasa? Tetapi yang menjadi bacaan saya setujulah dengan siapa pemilik Jawa Pos itu, bahwa memang pemerintahan Jokowi ini dalam 20 terakhir itu terlihat begitu kuat ya, begitu menguasai partai sehingga dia bisa meloloskan undang-undangnya begitu tebal dan begitu rumit di dalam jangka waktu begitu singkat. Artinya memang rumit untuk mewujudkan hukum dengan melihat secara sosiologis dan filosofis secara idealnya, tetapi memang dengan langkah-langkah politik begitu kuat sehingga menghasilkan omnibus law yang begitu tebal dan dalam waktu singkat. Bahwa hasil di dalamnya terjadi negosiasi ataupun juga bargaining, nah memang itu sebuah hasil politik yang bisa menentukan terakhir ya di Mahkamah Konstitusi itu. Dan Mahkamah Konstitusi itulah nantinya yang akan melihat dari situ Pak, dari sisi filosofisnya gimana. Nanti mereka yang akan menentukan. Yang penting bagaimanapun kita jangan berkaca seperti Amerika sekarang yang Trump ini. Apapun yang terjadi bukan demokrasi yang terjadi sekarang, demokrasi idealnya itu sendiri yang harus kita tiru. Sekarang ini kayak Trump itu menyisakan ketakutan-ketakutan di mana-mana. Artinya dalam konteks, nah ini kita juga apapun yang terjadi yang dengan omnibus law ya kita ikuti dengan baik. Apa yang diputuskan oleh Mahkamah Konstitusi itu yang terbaik. Ya artinya kita percaya dengan institusi bahwa semuanya tidak sempurna, iya. Itulah yang semoga ke depan kita akan lebih baik lagi lah. Semoga Pak Holik akan menjadi presiden sehingga akan menjadi baik gitu kan. Amin. Assalamualaikum.
Mungkin kita perlu diskusi satu sesi khusus nanti untuk omnibus law because so Professor Musa probably also follow the last debate in Indonesia, Indonesian law about the it's called the omnibus law, which actually is a kind of law that try to change like 70 laws in one laws. So all kind of law that hinders the investment, hinders the growth of economic development, thing like that will be is already changed by single law. So 70 laws change in one law, which is very controversial in Indonesia. Just to give the a little bit hints for Professor Musa. Okay, kawan-kawan sekalian, I think we come to an end for our conference. We've been having our discussion from I think 8:30 Indonesian time. EM, and here I think we started from 5 p.m. Los Angeles time, so we will come to an end. I would like to give a sincere appreciation for two speakers in the last session, for Professor Asep Jahar and Professor Musa, for your thought and for your insight in this conference. And before we conclude before we conclude of our conference, I would like to invite Ibu Nur Hidayah, which is who is the I think the organizer of the conference, to give a closing remark. And after that, I would like to invite to all participants, mengundang semua peserta to switch on the video, dinyalakan videonya, karena nanti akan ada photo session. So we will have a online photo session from the organizer. So I would like to invite Professor Nur Hidayah to give a closing remark, very short. And then after that, I would like to invite everybody to switch on the video cam for the photo session. Ibu Nur, please, your time for the closing.
Thank you, Pak Jezen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable participants of the fourth ICLJ 2020, I believe that today all of us have obtained a fruitful discussion in this fourth ICLJ 2020, whose main theme is transforming justice towards the new normal, law, Sharia, and business economy in the post-COVID-19 pandemic age. We have learned a lot from the keynote and invited session delivered by the amazing speaker, leading academic in the field, Prof. Khalid Abdul Fadl, Prof. Timothy Lindsay, Prof. Amani Lubis, Prof. Abdul Samad Musa, and Prof. Asep Jauhar, who have shared their insightful knowledge and expertise. Once again, on behalf of the committee, we really appreciate for all honorable speakers for delivering such important material so that all of us can deepen our knowledge about justice and law in facing the challenges of our current COVID-19 pandemic. Furthermore, I would like to thank all participants who have joined this conference, especially for those who have submitted your abstract and or full paper. Although the conference will end today, the conference process is not over yet. There are still some steps that should be done. We will process the paper submitted to the conference yet. Regarding this matter, we will select the paper and send them to suitable journals in our faculty who have been accredited by the Ministry of Higher Education. However, we cannot guarantee that your paper will be published by the journal because the final decision will be decided by the journal themselves. The waiting time will also be various from one journal to another. Therefore, we kindly ask for your patience. Finally, I would like to thank the Dean of the Faculty of Sharia and Law of UIN Jakarta and teams, as well as the committee members for organizing this conference and ensuring that it proceeded smoothly, including our lovely Master of Ceremony, Dr. Mashrofa, and our great moderator, Pak Jezen Zainal Mutakin, who has brought our discussion today very lively. I also would like to extend our appreciation to our college at Universitas Sains Islam Malaysia, who have collaborated at this conference and also since last third ICLJ last year. I would also like to apologize for any inconvenience that might experience during this conference. Bapak Ibu sekalian, let's pray that conference will be blessed by Allah and become our amal jariyah. Once again, I thank you very much for your participation. Wish us all safe and protected from this COVID-19 pandemic, as well as pray that the pandemic can be over soon and we can resume new normal life with better construction of law and justice towards better society. I hope that you enjoy your participation here in our conference, and I do also hope that we can meet again in the next 5th ICLJ 2021. Thank you very much. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Professor Nur Hidayah. I would like to invite Pak Erwin to have a photo session. Please, Pak Erwin, silakan. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, ada 4 halaman, mungkin ada 4 kali foto. Silakan Pak Erwin. Dinyalakan videonya Bapak Ibu. Kalau sudah dikabari ya Pak. Sudah belum?
Sudah, siap Pak. Sekali lagi.
Ya, itu silakan videonya yang belum dinyalain, kalau bisa dinyalain. Silakan Pak.
Baik. Siap.
Siap.
3, 2, 1. Oke. Oke lagi. Terakhir. 3, 2, 1. Oke.
Sudah?
Sudah.
Oke. Terima kasih banyak Bapak Ibu sekalian. Sebagai moderator, saya Zezen Zainal Mutakin mohon maaf atas segala kekurangannya. Semoga diskusi kita kali ini dalam konferensi ini bermanfaat untuk kita dan semoga kita selalu dijaga kesehatannya oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Sekali lagi saya mohon maaf atas segala kekurangan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan saya kembalikan kepada host. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Profesor Musa. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Asep. Thank you very much, Pak Jazen, to have host this conference. Very great. Thank you semua Bapak Ibu. Terima kasih. Nanti
sama. Thank you panitia.
Terima kasih semua.
Mungkin nanti sertifikat dikirim oleh panitia mungkin ya. Saya nggak tahu ada pengumuman sertifikat.
Sudah diisi form, sudah dikirimkan langsung otomatis ke emailnya. Silakan dicek emailnya.
Oke, baik. Jadi yang ingin sertifikat tolong diisi formnya akan langsung jadi ininya. Baik, saya mohon maaf akan undur diri dari Los Angeles. Salam untuk semua kawan-kawan di Indonesia, untuk di Malaysia juga. Assalamualaikum. Mari. Sama. Assalamualaikum.
Terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Balinan.
Terima kasih ya Prof. Samad.
Terima kasih kembali. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Boleh.